Good morning. Bonjour.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good to see you all. Let us wait just one additional minute. Participants are still joining. So, in the meantime, let us then start gradually our program. Today is one of the most, let's say, intense days of the program. As you know, today we have 4 substantive sessions. As always, we use 15 minutes in the beginning of our program to open, to also listen to your views through a poll. And today we will have a longer poll, so more questions for your consideration and responses. So My name is Eduarda Castelbranco, for those who maybe are joining for the first time. And this is the fourth webinar that we organize in the context of ETF Capacity Development Program on Big Data for Labor Market Intelligence 2022. I think we are all acquainted with this information on this ETF project. Let me just emphasize two things. So, as you know, currently this the data system produced since 2020 is focused on demand analysis, not yet supply. It is demand analysis. So that's important to bear in mind. We are, of course, talking about big data, not conventional data in this conventional statistical data. We are working with the data analytics specialists from University Milano Bicocca, CRISP and Lightcast. The system is comparable, compatible with the real-time data system of the EU 2020 that is managed by CDFOP, Skills of 8. And from 2022, we started then this new phase after the pilot phase initiated in 2018. This phase now is dedicated to expansion of the data system to new countries, including new themes for analysis and also new angles of analysis, notably an exploration of supply side analysis. So I will try to be very quick in this initial presentation. Let me also remind that our program this year is based on two modules. Module 1, technical training, started on the 2nd of November. We had already 2 webinars. These are the topics covered by the module 1, which we have called technical training. It is really much more oriented to the technical how to do. And we covered already these first 4 topics. You have all the presentations as well as the videos available in the web pages that we have been indicating, and we will again remind you. We have also used these webinars to disseminate information on country cases of labor market information systems, and we had the country case Mauritius and Egypt. The module 2 started yesterday, is also composed of 3 webinars. So yesterday we covered value of big data, for notably focusing on online job vacancy analysis, landscaping of the web labor market, a very important element. And we also spoke, we had a very, I think, detailed, informative presentation from the ESCO support team on ESCO developments and also AI applications in ESCO. Today, so we are currently exactly in module 2. And today our agenda, as you have seen from your documents, is going to cover the topics indicated. So right after our poll, we will pass the floor to Fabio Mercorio, and I will introduce him very briefly. Fabio Mercorio is a very important person, I would say, in this ETF project. He is the first expert with whom we have worked in 2018, end of 2018, to elaborate the methodological handbook, and then afterwards also the feasibility study. So the first application of the methodology. And Fabio is back to our to our project, and we are really pleased that he's going today to share this knowledge on the role of artificial intelligence, machine learning in the data system, especially in classification and analysis. So thank you, Fabio, in advance. I will afterwards briefly introduce you. It's difficult to introduce you, but just a few words. Then we will have then in session 5, Anna Gatti. We already worked with Anna Gatti in the very first session. Anna is going to again elaborate on the dashboards, and this time she's going to tell us about new angles of analysis based on the OGV databases that we have already in the ETF project, with focus on demand for green skills and demand for remote work. And as said yesterday in a little spoiler, this remote work page of the Ukraine dashboard is already accessible. It is a first work done in this new topic. So Anna will tell us much more. We have then Mauro Pellucci has been a very fundamental expert throughout the project, especially since 2021, and he has also been one of the most frequent speakers in this program. So Mauro is going to tell us on the use of the classifications, the skills and occupational classifications in the overall data system and the OGV's online job vacancy analysis. So, and the classifications are ESCO and ONET. These two will be at the focus of this session, led by Mauro. And then to conclude the day, this session today, this webinar today, we will have Phil Barker talking about the semantic web, linked data, and knowledge graphs. So we have done a very intensive day with several new themes. And I'm very pleased that we start with this very fundamental part on AI machine learning. We have already been discussing, of course, on the role of AI and machine learning, but Fabio is going to explore much more on certain aspects to clarify a number of issues and questions that all of us have. As always, we try to recommend you to please use the online job vacancy data dashboards. They are accessible, of course, online. And we would like you naturally to take a moment, visit, use them, explore, interact with these tools. This is the full list of dashboards. All the countries and also sub-dashboards are accessible. And we have already, of course, once again, just indicated that the remote work analysis is now for the first time accessible and done for these two cases, Ukraine and the Lviv project, which is a subset of the Ukraine dashboard. And these are the credentials to access. We will also paste them in the chat box. Maybe if Mauro could do that, to be great, so that people can afterwards take a moment to go and visit and interact with these tools. Once again, let me just underscore and remind that you can visit the training web page. You have received it in our email this morning. Once again, to access all presentations of the full training program, and you can also get more information on other technical and methodological outputs, including the handbook, the analytical reports, the feasibility study, and all materials, of course, of the previous training programs since 2020. So 3 years of training programs are all accessible online. And then in our YouTube channel dedicated to big data for labor market intelligence, you also find all the videos, and currently we have more than 30 training videos, including those of the sessions of this training program 2022. And now we can go to the poll, and after the poll we then pass the floor immediately to Fabio, and I will, before he starts, just a brief word of introduction. So we have several questions today in the poll because we really want you to please share a bit of what you have learned, of your views on the knowledge shared so far in this training program. As always, you can use the QR code. It's very easy to use using the QR code, or you can just go to www.menti.com and enter the code you have on the screen, 86793519. And today we have many questions for you. So in a moment, Erika will then start showing the presentation, but okay. I hope everybody had the opportunity to enter, to start. Okay, there are 2 participants now online. Okay. So the first question concerns the ESCO classification. You all remember yesterday the very detailed, informative presentation by the ESCO team, and the information shared on the main pillars of the ESCO classification: occupations and skills. And in skills, there are different categories such as knowledge, skills. And under skills, there are 8 main groups of ESCO skills specific. So the question is, please, can you identify those that are the correct groups? And there are 8 groups that you find on the ESCO website with the designation S, S1, S2, S from skills. So thanks for your votes. We have 12 participants voting now. Okay. Maybe we can then just make a small comment on the responses so far. So if colleagues, if you afterwards, when you have a moment, take a look at the website, at the ESCO website, then you go to the pillar called skills, not occupations, not qualifications, but skills. And there you can dig in skills. So there is knowledge. There is another group called language skills and knowledge. There is a group called skills. That's the one we have in mind in this question. And then we have a 4th group called transversal skills and competences. So if you look at those 8 groups, they are, and I'm going just to name them. The S1 is communication, collaboration, and creativity. The S2 is information skills. The S3 is assisting and caring. The S4 is management skills. The S5 is working with computers. The S6 is handling and moving. The S7 is constructing. And the S8 is working with machinery and specialized equipment. So there are many votes on technical skills, digital skills, but those are not specifically skills groups of the ESCO pillar skills. They are part, but they are not specific groups. But that's, thanks a lot for the votes. So the next question, I'm sure there are already responses. So the ESCO use cases, please could you write some examples, such as, for example, job matching and searching? So we have here skills assessment, job analytics, collaboration, occupations, electronic contracts, qualifications, job matching, okay? And I don't know if any additional Any additional, okay, proposals? Creating a resume. What else? Searching for candidates. Okay, I think these are all. There is also job, and there is also CV, big data analysis. Okay, occupations, curricular reform also. Okay, career guidance, graduate tracking, OGV classification, online job vacancy classification. That's one of the important, maybe for our purposes at least, objectives. Okay, let's go then to the next question. Thank you, Erika. So what classification of occupations is used in your country and what classification of skills? So we have here two examples. One is ISCO 08 from one country. The other one is StatCP 2011. Okay, so it starts being from Italy. Any additional? Okay. Various cases, various types, but I think that ISCO remains the most frequent. Even ISCO 88, ISCO for occupations, but no skills classification. So there are two cases, no skills classification. Fine. Okay, maybe then we can move ESCO. Okay, one case here of ESCO being used as classification, maybe for skills. Okay, can we then move to the next question? Okay, the landscaping, the question on landscaping. Yesterday we had Francesco Trentini doing also very informative, well-structured presentation on the methodology, the objectives, the steps for landscaping of the web labor market. And the question is, why is this important for establishment of an LMS based on online job advertisements? Okay, we see reliability of sources, fundamental, quality of data, fundamental, coverage, relevance, source selection, completeness of data, reliability of data, validity. Any additional views from the presentation we had yesterday? Why is the landscaping so important? Relevance, reliability, up to date, value. Any other suggestion? Okay. Mhm. Okay, so the landscaping basically is considered by everyone as being important because it contributes to credibility, relevance, matching, knowing the value, rank, or quality, etc. Thanks. I think all this is correct. Can we then move to the next question? Okay, what are the main advantages? And this has been very much discussed throughout this program. What are the main advantages of using and analyzing data from web sources for LMIS, such as online job advertisements? So here we have already different proposals like real-time analysis, granularity, real-time, monitor emerging sectors. Real-time appears several times here, very, very well understood, I think, advantage. Mm-hmm. Comparative sectoral analysis, also fresh and real terms on skills. So not from classifications, but from the employers. Fine, maybe we can again go to the very, very last question, which is the same, but about the risks or the challenges. So what are the main challenges? Source selection, noise, trustability, veracity, visibility. These are challenges. And then we move immediately to the next. Authentic, is this a challenge? Duplication, okay, deduplication, okay. Any additional, just one, two last, only 4 persons so far have proposed challenges. Okay, then we can conclude like this. I think we had a good round of views, and in a way, it's a way also to get you to recapitulate the information. So thanks a lot for all the contributions, and let me then just say thank you to Fabio Mercorio for being here with us and sharing his incredible experience and very well, let's say, demonstrated knowledge in this domain of artificial intelligence. Fabio is an associate professor in computer science at the University Milano Bicocca, and is author and co-author of a very large number of publications, articles, And you can, of course, find these articles online. Classifying online job advertisements through machine learning is one of the articles from 2018, or skills in demand for ICT and statistical occupations, evidence from web-based job vacancies, also an article co-authored with other experts, also from 2018. More recently, skills to jobs, a recommender system that encodes jobs after embeddings on graph databases from 2021, and many others. So thank you very much, Fabio. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Eduarda, for inviting me and for spending this word to me. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for all participants. During this talk, I would like to discuss about the role of AI and specifically machine learning for doing some tasks related to labor market intelligence, let's say labor market intelligence. So during this half an hour, we will discuss about which are the changing factors that are affecting labor markets. I was surprised to read the responses from your pools, because some of topics will be discussed during this my talk. So we didn't agree on this before. So I'm happy about this. So we will discuss about which is the needs for labor market intelligence, and which is so the contribution that big data and AI, very briefly, can provide. Then we will discuss and we show you some real examples from the research activities of our research center, that is CRISP, within the University of Milano Bicocca. And surprisingly, some example will be related to the ESCO classification, job skill matching, the importance of source selection of landscaping, that are 3 out of 5 questions of your pool you discussed right now. And finally, let me to conclude with what, let's say, personally, I consider the most important aspect that we will have to deal in the future, in the near future, that is explainable AI. That is about the trustability, reliability, and credibility of decisions provided by machines. And some of those adjectives have been just mentioned by Eduarda as one of the challenge of using AI, let's say, big data and AI labor market, along with the noise, the importance of source selection. So I think we are on the right road, okay? So with this slide, just to recap an old movie, but just to say that something has been changing. What is going to happen, and what has been happening right now, it is a structural change related to labor market. We can say there is a technological innovation that is reshaping jobs, and in this scenario, the role of digital skills and technology is key to drive this change. The picture that Eduarda showed us at the very beginning of this day was clear on this, no? The big data era. The population aging, because people above 65 years old are doubled worldwide. The work mobility, and ATF knows very well about this, because the workforce, the European workforce that was born in a country that is different from the working one is about 20% and growing. So there is a matter of which are the skills I should have to move from a country to another. This is, let's say, the consequence of this, okay? And sustainability, of course, that is a very recent topic about the growing within jobs for the demand for green skills, let's say green skills. So labor market is changing in terms of jobs, as said, because let's say the facts we see in the previous slides affect the labor market in terms of job, because some jobs are disappearing, some others are emerging as a new job. In terms of skills, because we will discuss this later on, because in our view, skills define jobs even more, okay? So the novelty is in terms of skills that design job and not vice versa. And in this scenario, digital skills, soft skills, and green skills are growing in importance. And so what? The consequence for people is to stay in a lifelong learning. So the need for upskilling to stay in your job, reskilling to move among similar jobs, and so forth. And finally, the impact of robotization. There are many papers, many studies on this in trying to estimate the probability of being replaced by a robot in the next few years. There are many attempts to estimate this number. What I would recommend from my point of view is not to predict something, but just to be able to observe something that is going to happen or that is happening now, because no one can really, let's say, forecast in a so exogenous scenarios of events. Just think about the last 2 years, what happened, okay? So my view, and you also replied to the pool of Eduardo in terms of real-time analytics, real-time monitoring. So being able to serve something now is the key. And this is the content of this slide. So the need for knowledge to monitor and understand the labor market dynamics promptly in real time, let's say. Why this is important? Because this allows us, or people or organizations like ETF, to define policy timely. And so to play a key role for workers, for companies, for labor market operators and policymakers as well. So in such a dynamic environment, observing initially skill change and how skills redefine jobs for reducing or at least to stem skill mismatch is key towards an inclusive labor market. So this is why we believe, and I think Eduardo agrees on this, we believe that being able to monitor what is happening is key to decide. How AI and big data analytics can contribute towards this view. Okay, so I hope we agree on why, sorry. Now we just try to look at how and what. AI, I usually say that big data is the fuel of it, okay? So why I say this? Because AI is not machine learning. So machine learning is a part of AI that uses data to reason on it. Yes. We will see this in another step. So I'm proud to provide this definition of AI that is, on my point of view, better than some academic definitions that I would avoid to provide you in a slides. I usually do this to my students because of the European Commission. On my point of view, provided a very, very precise definition of AI, because to define AI, you should previously define what intelligence is. But in this way, I think it's very, very precise. Artificial intelligence refers to systems that show, so it seems to you, that show intelligent behavior. They seem intelligent. By analyzing the environment, in our case, by analyzing the labor market, doing some tasks with a very, very specific degree of autonomy to reach some specific goals. So this, on my point of view, is let's say, is honest with the real state of the art of AI that, of course, can change in the next years, but empower the role of people, the role of humans, for designing with AI. So indeed, in the community, we say human AI teaming. So it's a teammate, human AI teaming, working together. So AI helps humans in looking better to decide better, not to decide in spite of humans. Okay, so for supporting decision-making, not for autonomous decision-making. And this is the part of AI we will do here, because AI here helps policymakers in looking the labor market more specifically, more effectively, but not to decide in spite of them. Indeed, big data, you know well, large-scale data usually having a complex structure, and then big data analytics, that is the process, computational process, and also involves statisticians and domain experts, that refers to looking at data for extracting valuable information, correlation, and pattern. So in this way, what is happening now is a change of paradigm. We are moving from top down, so we have a theory, we know something about labor market because we are experts, and then we look by hypothesis, let's see if something happens, observation, and then confirmation, like a survey, okay? In this approach that is inductive, we learn, machines learn by examples. That is, let's say, the wrong way to learn if someone teaches to students, okay? You should, no one should learn by example, one should learn by rules, but if you don't know the rules, you have to derive the rules from the examples. So the only way the machine has is to learn by example. So we look at data, we observe something, and then we perform some hypotheses based on the data. Which is the paradigm one should use? Let me say both. So when Eduarda says that LMI is a game changer, I honestly always intended in this way, because add something and not replace something. In these terms, I consider it a game changer, because now you have a further tool, a further way, a further technique to use with our top-down approach to better inspect the reality that is the labor market. So the challenges are in three pillars in terms of data, but you discussed a lot even yesterday in terms of volume, velocity, veracity, so I wouldn't spend time on this. In terms of process challenges, because of, you discussed about data selection, processing, transformation, and data analytics, but there is also, let me say, a third additional pillar in terms of challenges that are the one that an organization, and on my side is the more difficult because it's not technical, an organization should face while building their decision on big data. So to decide to change your mindset. When you decide, you are the expert, of course you are the expert, but the machine can help you in, let's say, for better deciding. But this should be considered in the decision process. Otherwise, this is just a toy.
Yeah.
Okay. And so data privacy and security, of course, credibility, because otherwise I cannot trust on what the machine says. Data source stability and reliability. Are we sure that data sources are trustable, are not, are stable over time, and so forth? Representativeness, to what extent we are looking at the total labor market, and then if there are some overrepresentation and underrepresentation of jobs, and all those elements for transforming knowledge into business actions. If at the end, you do not transform the knowledge you get from real-time LMI into business action, this is a toy. You already know this because I've seen yesterday Mauro discussing about the process. As soon as the process goes, the value you get always grows. You should also know this, that is the same approach focusing on LMI. You have to select sources, as Francesco showed yesterday to you, and to rank sources, then to transform the duplication of jobs. Some replies to the pool discuss about deduplication. So it's quite important to understand if a job vacancy is the same of yesterday because we are looking for another people exactly like yesterday, or is just a deduplication because it comes from different sources. Classification, to use machine learning to understand and classify over taxonomies, we discussed about ISCO, ESCO, ONET, and so forth, extract skills, and then visualize the data through dashboards. So let me to discuss with you some real examples, okay, from our research activity. The first one is devoted to who is the final user of such a kind of analysis, policymaker and the labor market expert. So application, the index of change. So imagine that once you have set up a pipeline for getting classification, for classifying jobs, for getting skills, and so forth, at the end, some questions arose. Questions in terms of research activities, okay? So imagine you have a whole data set, a whole database, and some questions are crucial. In this case, the question is, can we monitor over time how jobs are changing due to skills? So we analyzed million job ads from Italy, and we built up a skill novelty index. So the goal was to analyze, in this case, 3 million jobs from 15 to 19. So compare, let's say, 2 point over time, 15 and 19 before COVID, to avoid the noise of that COVID provided. So first of all, the index includes the vacancy trend in terms of percentage of variation of jobs between 15 and 19. The skill set novelty is the percentage of skills added to the skill set in 2019 with respect to 15. So what I'm saying is, okay, let's focus on a job, anyone. Which are the proportion of skills that have been added and which are with respect to the 15? So where is the novelty in terms of skill? This is the, let's say, the question, okay? And then the variation of relevance, because something that was present in 15 and is still present in 19, we say the core set of your skills, can also change in relevance, okay? And we would like to catch a sort of speed of relevance. If this relevance is growing up or is stable or is decreasing, and putting all together into an index to have a sort of rank of which are the jobs that are changing more. So you can put over an axis both the skill novelty index and the relevance of core set of skills, and then divide into magic quadrants, occupations having a high variability because of a lot of novelty and a lot of changes in the skill set. So you have novel skills and the old one are changing in demand. And then, of course, the lower one that are the great majority, of course, that are jobs whose skills are not, let's say, changing so high, and also the relevance for some jobs is decreasing. What you can observe here is that high-level jobs, let's say digit 1, 2, 3 of ESCO, so managers, professionals, and technicians are those that are more affected by changes, while low-level skills, of course, are less affected by them. And there are some professional areas, of course, so you can zoom in occupation by occupation. So those are some occupation from digitals. We did a study on this. This is not the goal now to go in deep, just to provide you some insight. So you can monitor in a very, very granular way the changes in the labor market in terms of novelty. And at the end, you can provide, let's say, a rank of those occupations that are changing more. So providing a unified index of the speed of change in terms of skills, because skills define how jobs change over time. Another example is for PES. It's about new emerging jobs. So the goal here is, there are many words that companies use for advertising jobs. which of those words represent novel occupation and which other are just, let's say, specification of existing jobs, abstraction of existing jobs, synonyms of skills, and so on. So where is the novelty? We say about the novelty, but where is the novelty? And what is the novelty? So first, let me to show an example to clarify what a machine should do while looking at a job vacancy. So this is a real job vacancy. What the machine should do is what we are now trying to do on this text automatically. That is, first, to understand this is a job ads and not junk and not ads and so on. First, identify words that, let's say, are skills, okay, web skills, and identifies that some of those words are still known in a taxonomy, let's say ESCO, okay? So since those words are still known and recognized into a taxonomy, we can say that those words are skills, okay? And then we know that if there are some words that the machine says maybe this is a skill, but those words are not exactly recognized in this way into a taxonomy. So those are new potential skills. I don't know if this is clear. New potential skill, because we are not sure about their skills, but there is a degree of novelty in those words. And then, of course, the machine can say, okay, these jobs, similarly to the skills, is an existing job, or it's novel, and the degree of novelty in terms of novelty of skills found within. So we did this. We used the AI to identify terms within jobs, within description, that are more likely to represent novelty. So this means that we use the AI that reason over let's say, words, okay? So words that are used over time that should represent novelty in terms of something that did not exist before into official taxonomies, and the system we built up suggests those words to labor market experts that can confirm or confute those suggestions. So this is some snapshot of the tool we realized. So we can focus on ICT and non-ICT just because ICT is a bit pervasive within job ads. So we decided to separate the two to do not, let's say, bias non-ICT jobs with too much ICT related skills. Okay, this is just to reduce the noise to help the machine. So the machine suggests term, the closeness, so to what extent this term is similar to other terms, and for each term, the machine says why it is suggesting that term. So this is a case of SEO. So the machine find out that the SEO is related to search engine optimization. Of course, this is the acronym, okay? But you can say, but this is not a novelty. This is not a novel skill, but this is a novelty if you would like to improve and enrich and to maintain updated your taxonomy over time with the lexicon used by companies while advertising job positions, okay? So the machine automatically discovered this, and of course other words, and the expert can say if and to what extent this is a skill, which kind of skill is, or suggest a corrections. At the end of this, let's say, human AI teaming approach, you can see the human just try to correct or confirm the machine tasks. At the end, you have a new enriched novel taxonomy that is updated with the labor market, okay? And what we can see from countries in which this experiment has been done is that the real novelty intended as a real novel skill, totally novel with respect to the past. So it's not a generalization, not a specification, not a synonym, but a real novel skill, just ranges from 6 to 20%, okay? So when we say novelty, many times the novelty does not appear magically, but grow, let's say, over time as a difference with respect to something that exists, okay? Catching the novelty, all the novelty, is fundamental to maintain our taxonomies updated, to speak the language of the labor market, and to catch the changes in the labor market as well. Of course, there are some big data engineer novel skills just to put here. This is quite old because now the novel ESCO taxonomy included, of course, those skills within the taxonomy. So let's say it's a sort of test for us, okay? And some novel occupations that we find out and ways of advertising them within vacancies. The third one, yeah, I'm on time. Yes, I am. Okay.
Yes, yes. You have time. You have
okay.
15, 20 minutes.
Yeah. I'm on time. Another application is skill to job. So this is for citizens and for labor market operators, not for job matching, but for job analytics. So you would better know which is your role, your situation, where you should be placed in the universe of labor market to better know, to better identify upskilling and reskilling policies, not for job matching, okay? The key elements, I said before, so skills define a job and not vice versa. And this one is asking people to indicate, the key idea is to ask people indicating, let's say, 3 skills that you consider as fundamental for doing your job. And then instead of processing an historical CV that is very important if you are recruiting someone, but not really important your history, if I'm asking you which are the skills you mustly use for doing your job, okay? So imagine the system says, tell me your skill. I could say WordPress, design graphics, Adobe Photoshop. Which is your current role, market specialist, and the system says which are the important skills you should acquire, the most important skills you hold within your job with the relevance, the one you should acquire reskilling, the one you should be also interested into that is upskilling, and the career path. So this is a slide to show the idea. We realized it. Can you?
So we can see, skills to graph.
Okay, but you also hear?
No.
Can you hear?
No.
Okay, so I have to speak on it, sorry. Okay, sorry, because there was an introduction. Okay, so in this case, the goal was also to move from a country to another to improve mobility, as said before. So the people, let me discuss on the video. Okay, so one can select to move from one country to another, select the occupation and just put some skills that he or she consider as crucial. You should see the animation, hopefully. Okay,
yes.
great.
Yes.
So then one could also say, I would like to acquire Python. So this is my desiderata. And then he says, okay, those are the skills that you should acquire to move from UK to Germany, because skills define jobs. So the skills in UK define one job that could be different in Germany, and we find out this. So the machine provide the skill occupation match, so the importance of skill within your current job. So let's say a sort of how important are your skills to do your job, the skills you should acquire for reskilling, and the career path intended as that are the jobs that match more in the other country with those skills. So, and this means that I could be a web technician in Germany, but I should acquire other skills to be a real web technician in Germany with my skills. And then upskilling, some skills you should acquire to move among jobs. So as you can see, this is designed for analytics, not for job matching, but is very informative to pass that help people in identifying a job, in profiling, and for people too to understand the role, but even for HR, for better understanding the people they are working with them. Let me to move. Oh, okay. Another, lastly, application is about the speed of green for citizens and labor market operators. So, which is the importance of green skills within job? This is the question. So we know that the environmental impact of job is becoming crucial. There is a call for reshaping jobs, trying to adapt skills and competencies towards sustainability. So which are the jobs that are more in demand for green skills? Which are a characteristic of a green job? And can we estimate the impact of green skills within job? Which is the pervasiveness of green skills? Well, we performed some experiments of German, English, German, French, Italian, and Dutch languages. So we identified the green terms, then we identified the green mentions that are linguistic variation by the machine to identify green terms. And then we defined green skills, linking with ESCO, so enriching ESCO with novel green terms. We did the same for jobs, so identifying ESCO occupation, and then the pervasiveness intended as the percentage of job ads that are asking at least one green skill over total. Given that, we can define the greenness indicator, that is the quota of green skills within those with respect to all skills. So the first, pervasiveness, how many jobs are asking at least one green skill, and greenness among those vacancies, which is the quota of green skills over the total. And of course, we used UK as a benchmark to identify green skills. We identified some jobs, existing job titles that having a pervasiveness above 2%, and there are, we can also look at skills. So this means that you can track this over time to look at the speed of green. So which are the jobs that are green and are continuing green, and which are jobs that are, let's say, moving towards green more faster than the others. And of course, you can also look at the relevance of existing green skills within ESCO. I'm going to last example, please.
That's a very important point now. Big data does not mean all data.
Yeah, correct. So do we really need to collect all data from any source? So the goal of the activity is to estimate how and to what extent source overlap in terms of duplicated job ads, and to provide a replacement policy for Byzantine sources. So you can rely to source, but you can rely too much to sources. Okay, so the context is to analyze the overlap country by country, and to compute, we say the marginal contribution. So which is the minimal list of sources I need that maximize the coverage. So imagine this graph. So here, this is for UK. On the vertical axis, you have websites, and then the filled dots refer to job ads, to websites that share job ads, and the quota is provided in the vertical axis. So this means that Nuvo, UK Simply Hired, just share the 20% of jobs, and the 67% of Nuvo overlaps with other. Okay, so this means that if Nuvo goes down, you can cover more than the half of Nuvo with other sources. How to? Just follow the filled dots to find out which are the replacement policies. So which are the sources you should include to replace the previous. And given that, you can compute the marginal contribution. This means that looking at UK, for example, you can use 7 sources out of 15 that cover the 90% of the web labor market. So the marginal contribution, goes down as the coverage grows, okay? And this is quite important because it reduces cost, improves trustability, and provides a replacement policy as well. Finally, can we trust machine learning results? So is there a way to unbox the box to better understand the rationale behind the scenes? This is called explainable AI. So when this has been launched, researchers say, we have data, let's say vacancy, machine learning, the machine learning model is complex. You put a job ads and the machine says, this is a software developer with probability of 93%. You don't know why. This is for cats, okay, but it's the same. So they say tomorrow, to have something new that does not provide only the probability. This is a software developer with this probability, but also it says why. The software developer because of I find out this word. The software developer because it's more similar to this job and so forth. So we did this, let's skip this. So we did this because we believe that over time, machine learning will grow in supporting people for deciding. So when you move from one classifier, M1, to another classifier, so let's say Eduarda improves the ETF classifier next year, and someone can ask, but what is changed? Which are the differences with the novel model? Which are the new capabilities of the novel model with respect to the past? Are we sure that the novel model of 2024 is coherent with the decision made in 2022? Because people are coherent, but we should know to what extent machines are coherent over time. Okay, so this was question. And so what we developed is a system called contracts that class by class, so for each ISCO occupation, summarizes in natural language if and to what extent the novel model is changing criteria with respect to the previous one. So in this case, is saying that the novel model is changed the 80% of criteria for classifying system analysts in this case, okay? So in this case, what he's saying is, which are the difference between software developer and system analyst. So he says, why a job ad is a software developer instead of a system analyst? It's contrastive approaches. And it summarizes in terms of words. So having engineer is enough to say this is a system analyst rather than a software developer now. And what he discarded are those words. So you can compare pairwise among jobs to let's say to check why the machine is saying something, and of course at the very end you can provide this information class by class and to focus on criteria that changed more, because those are, in this case, for example, what is saying that this class changed too much. So maybe if you look at an analysis for this class, you will get an incoherence with respect to the past because the machine is changing more criteria, okay? So analytics for this would be incoherent over time, while some classes change very just a few. So basically you have a preserved coherence over time. That was my last slide. I showed you many examples of research activities that I guess also reply to some questions from the pool in terms of importance of real-time monitoring, in terms of importance of getting skills to define jobs, the importance of landscaping and source selection to avoid noise and to reduce costs as well, and to improve believability. And finally, the elements that I consider more important because of the impact explainability will have on decisions, that is about explain the reasons of classification to humans that have to decide with this data. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabio, for this presentation on AI, machine learning, knowing that one is not that they are not synonyms, and the applications in this very wide context of big data analytics for labor market and skills intelligence. I think there were many novelties in your presentation, and thanks for also showing the various tools and various concrete cases. We will then still have here a couple of minutes for questions participants might have, and I would like to invite everybody to use this opportunity to interact or ask a question or make a comment. You can speak directly. If we have only one question, it's actually my question, very simple, in the chat box. But participants, do not hesitate, since we have now Fabio with us. And I know there are so many questions about machine learning, and can classification done with AI be trusted? These have been questions several times voiced in this program. Any question? Any participant? Yes, please.
Yes, Eduardo, good morning.
This is Rodwa from the GIZ Egypt. I thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. I just have one question. This skill novelty index that you showed us is actually quite interesting. Is this tool like developed by your institution, or is it available for usage by others? And how is it connected to other systems?
Thank you for your question. The Skill Novelty Index is a research activity we published. So the tool is still inside our institution. We published the results, and let's say the formula that has been used to compute the novelty, but not the tool. In this case, for that case, not the tool.
Okay.
If you are interested, we can discuss on this, of course.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, I think it's actually an interesting tool. Also, maybe Eduardo, to be maybe in the future also linked to the OGV data system for Egypt.
Okay, thanks. Another angle that we are discovering. Thanks for this, and Radwa for noting the importance or relevance for the LMIS Egypt. Thanks. There is the question I had asked in the chat box is very simple. The map of change, which was the first example you shared, is it based on OGA only or mostly, or are there some conventional, is there data from conventional statistics added or used somehow?
A very good point. To date, it just uses vacancies, but for a very simple reason, because surveys are provided at the second digit, while the novelty, as soon as it emerges, needs some granularity for being cached. Okay. So, but I guess that over time you will instead to combine the two. But you are just trying to catch something very small, and so you need the granularity to identify something. Otherwise, at the second digit, you do not discover anything.
Yes, absolutely. It's not fine enough. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any additional remarks or questions? Participants from Ukraine, Armenia, from Kenya, other participants from Egypt, North Macedonia, anybody else? Mauritius. Okay, so we also have our colleagues from ESCO team here, Laura and Jan. I don't know if you have maybe, Jan, any question or any remark on the artificial intelligence part that was discussed at this session now, before we pass the floor to Anna.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Jan.
I think it was a very interesting presentation. It's great to see that, what kind of academic research is producing here, and that it's very applied to the problem that we're trying to solve. Also, the explainable AI, I think that is indeed very important to understand what is going on in the background. I do not have further questions.
Thank you very much, Jan. Let us then thank Fabio for sharing your time and for this presentation with all these very interesting and novel examples. Thank you, Fabio. So, Anna, are you ready? As always. So yes. Anna is again going to lead us through certain aspects of the dashboards and especially new angles of analysis related with green skills and remote work. And this is specific work done using the ETF databases. Thanks a lot, Anna.
Thank you, Eduardo, for the introduction, and good morning to all. So, the scope of this presentation is to see how new angles of analysis based on the online job vacancy databases can be introduced using ETF database. So we will see the methodology, in particular for the demand for green skill and demand for remote work. The changes in the labor market in recent years have raised new analytical questions. For example, the two questions we are trying to answer is how green economy is evolving in the countries of interest and how much remote work is present in each labor market. But the data variable present in our data model are not enough to answer this question because we don't have elements to see the green economy and the remote work in our data model. So we need to add new dimension to our data model. And the first step is to find out if there are elements in the job vacancy to answer this question. So let's start with the first question. How green economy is evolving in the countries of interest. We have tried to look at the job vacancy and see if there are some terms related to the green economy. And the response is yes. In the job vacancy, we have some terms related with the green economy. And the second question is for the remote work. And also for the remote work, we have seen that there are the elements to answer this question. Increasingly, job vacancy mention the possibility of working remotely. But we have seen that the information we are looking can be found in job vacancy. We need to understand how transform the information that are in unstructured text, so implicit knowledge, in some structured content, so explicit knowledge that can be analyzed together with the other variable in our data model. Let's start from the demand for green skills. We have seen that we have the elements in the job vacancy, but the question is which taxonomy we can use to answer this question. ESCO skill taxonomy is no longer enough, or rather, it was not enough when we started working on this topic together with ETF, because Laura and Jan have seen us yesterday that now also ESCO have introduced the concept of green skill. So the next step for the project with ETF and ESCO, in collaboration with Laura and Jan, will be to see the connection with the two taxonomy, the one developed by ETF and the ESCO one, and try to reconnect this information. But when we start looking for the green skill, ESCO was not enough for us. So we need a design phase to create our taxonomy. And the second question to answer is, what reference framework can we use to develop our taxonomy? And we have chosen to look at the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal, approved in 2020, is a set of policy initiatives by the European Commission with the aim of making the European Union climate neutral in 2050. In this image, you can see how it is structured. The structure is in 8 policy areas, and ensuring coherence with this policy area, we have tried to set some declination of green skill for this project. In particular, we have defined 7 green families that we will call ETF green family. So they are the environment and sustainable tourism, so the skill related to the management of forest and maritime areas, environmental protection and management of loss of species and ecosystem, as well as the exploration through sustainable forms of tourism. Sustainable agriculture, so the skill necessary for development of sustainable agriculture for producer, consumer, and the environment. Sustainable construction, the skill to initiate a process of renovation and new construction that improve the energy efficiency of building and bring building design in the line with circular economy. Sustainable economy, so the skill related to the concept of circular economy. Sustainable energy, the skill needed to change energy production by replacing current energy sources with renewable energy sources. Sustainable production, so skill needed to modify the current production style to reducing environmental impact of companies. And sustainable transport, the skill related to reduction of emission caused by transport, both using innovative fuel, less polluting, and with form of mobility sharing. Once we have defined these 7 green family, the next question is, what are the keywords to search for? To define the keyword, we have used a 2-step approach. In the first step, the terms to be searched are selected by an expert domain. And in the second step, we have validated and translated it with the help of a country expert. The role of the country expert is crucial for this activity because the translation is not enough. We have to contextualize the set of terms selected in each language and reflecting the specific terminology and the culture of the nation we are looking to analyze. So we have some example of the terms defined for some of the ETF green family, and we have decided not to search only to skill-like terms, but include also general terms that we can find in posting text and can be linked to green economy. So we don't search only for use of some green skill, but also for some generic term as solar power, wind generator, with the scope to find every mention to green economy that we can find in the job vacancy. So we have the definition of the green family. We have the definition of the green terms. We have to extract the information from the ads. The first step is the identification of the language in which the job vacancy is written. This way we can apply the right taxonomy for searching the right terms in the ads. the search for green terms with some algorithm that we use also for the other variables. It's declined for green terms, but the logic at the base of this algorithm is the same that we use to find the occupation, skill, and other variable in our. And the last step is the association with green family. So let's try to do this exercise with an example. In this job vacancy, we have first to search for the online language in which is written, in this case, the English. Then search for green terms. I let you some moment to read the vacancy, but there is no green terms in this job posting. So this job posting will be not classified as a green job posting. Let's another example. The language is also in this case English, and we will find to search some green terms that are all the one highlighted in the posting. So we can see clean tech, renewable energy, energy efficiency, clean technology, energy saving, energy storage. This is a real job posting that we can find online. So this is not an example ad hoc, it's a real job posting. So we can see many green terms, and then we can reconduct them to the green families. And in this case, there are sustainable production for clean tech and clean technology, and sustainable energy for the other one. So with this job posting will become part of our database and will be tagged as a green job posting for two families: sustainable production and sustainable energy. Through this work, we have added green skill. Now, green skill is a new dimension on our data model. An important thing to say is a new dimension in our data model only for the country we have analyzed with our country expert, and we have searched translate the taxonomy with them, because extend this new dimension to other countries is not an automatic thing. We need to rework all the process with the translation, the taxonomy, the validation by the expert, the setting of the algorithm to search the information in the job vacancy. So we have a new dimension only for the country that we have analyzed. Let's see in practice the results of this analysis in the green dashboard. So can you see the dashboard? Okay, we have this dashboard that we have already seen in the presentation of the ETF dashboard, but now we will look at it with more detail. So we have the green share. The green share is the percentage of online job posting that mentions at least one of the green terms that we have searched in the 7 green ETF green family. We can see that is not so high, but it's important to analyze not only the value in this moment, but the changes in time and the different occupation, sector, region in which the green share is present in different ways. We can look at a specific green family and look how the green share changes from family to family in terms of time trend, in terms of occupation that involve the specific family, and the industry that involve some specific family. So we can select, for example, the most diffused family, that is the one of the sustainable energy. That is also one of the main themes of the green economy. and can see that the first occupation in this for the share of this family is the electrical engineers, with a share of over 6%. And the first sector is, of course, electricity, gas, steam, and air condition supply, with the more than 2% of this of job posting referred to this industry that present at least one of the term related to sustainable energy. And this can be done for all the family. All the family, we can see the most related occupation and the most related sector and the time trends. The time trends seems like there are no trends because we have a little share and it's difficult to find the variation. But in the future, we can analyze that and see if the trends are increasing or there are some other trends for the arts. Now let's see the remote demand for remote work. We have seen that the referring to remote work is present in the job advertisement. Sometimes they are in the title, in the terms referring to remote work. Sometimes are listed as a benefit, sometimes as a job location, and sometimes are defined as a type of flexibility. So we have different ways to represent remote work in the job advertisement. But there is the presence of remote work mentioned in online job vacancies. Also in this case, the first question is, what are the keywords to search for in the job vacancy? And also in this case, we have used a two-step approach with a selection by a domain expert and validation and integration by country expert. We can see an example of a term set definition in English, Ukrainian, and Italian. We have translated the remote work terms in English, Ukrainian, Italian, Polish, Czech, Estonian, French, German, Latvian, Lithuanian, Slovak, Spanish, and Russian. And each set of term is language dependent. Each language has its own terms, localized and reflecting specific terminology and culture. Let me do an Italian example. In Italian, we use the term smart working. That sounds like English, but it's not used in the UK or in other English-speaking countries to refer to the remote work. So if we will use only the English term and translate them, we will lose all the job vacancies that are using the smart working terms. So also in this case, it's crucial the work of the expert to localize the taxonomy. The process to extract the information from the ads is the same as we have seen for the green terms. So we have to identify the language of the job vacancy and search for remote work terms. Also this time, let's try to do this exercise. The language is always English, and in this case, we don't have any remote work terms in this job post. So the tag for remote work is not is not present in these job ads in our database. Let's see another example. In this case, we have home-based. Home-based is one of the terms we are searching for saying that is a remote work vacancy. And so this information is associated with this online job posting in our database. Now, also remote work is a new dimension of our data model. also in this case is a new dimension of our data model only for the country we are looking for. In this case, only for Ukraine, because we have searched this term only in Ukrainian. And let's go to the dashboard.
Anna,
Yes.
can I ask you just, sorry to interrupt, maybe, I don't know very well, the sound is not very clear, and the
Sorry.
interpreters have a bit of difficulty to understand and interpret. I don't know if you can maybe stabilize, improve a little bit the settings, or
Okay.
if there is any possibility, and I'm really sorry to disturb. Just to.
You can hear me now better? No?
Not very well.
Now?
Okay, let's try, see if it's better now. You can go on, let us try. Thank you.
Okay.
And again, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay.
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
So let's go. I was saying, let's go to the remote work dashboard to see the results in practice. So let's always look at the Ukrainian dashboard. So we have analyzed the job vacancy from when we started to collect vacancy, because one thing, when we add a new dimension, we can look also in the past, because we have stored in our system all the title and the description of the job vacancy. So we don't start to analyze when we add a new dimension, but when we start to collect the data. Adding a new dimension is work also for the past. So we have started in April in 2020, and we can see that the share of the remote work in this time, that is the pandemic high period, is very high, is 9%. Then with the pandemic go on, the share is declining, and then we have another high in 2022 in March, as the start of the war in Ukraine. So also analyzing this remote work can help us to understand the reaction of the labor worker to some specific things that happen in the real life. And we can see which are the occupations that are most connected with the remote work possibility, and the sector. For the sector, we see that the first sector is information and communication, and we expect these things because information and communication is a sector that is more likely to be done in a remote manner. In this dashboard, you can select the occupation we want to analyze, and the other sheet will change with this occupation. For example, we can see the inquiry clerks and see how they change, how the share change. Here we see that in the first time we have a little share, but this is going to be higher and higher in the time, and it's a trend in increasing the possibility for this type of worker to do the work remotely. And so we can analyze all these all the occupation that work, how different occupations have different characteristics in the remote work. So my presentation is finished. If someone has some question, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Anna, for the presentation and for introducing us to the methodology, the terms that are used, the way even how the terms were created in a way, in let's say 2 different taxonomies, of course, not standard, not international, but just for this project. And or maybe we could add that in relationship to the green skills terms that have been put together for the ETF project, for this pilot project on green skills, we have also asked the ESCO colleagues to take a look and to do a sort of a review or mapping against the ESCO skills terms. And sometime we will have some results about that work, about that mapping, and can also use that mapping to somehow improve or approximate our, let's say, taxonomy with the EXO taxonomy, or just even learn from each other and build on each other's experience with the use of these terms. So maybe let me ask participants to, yes, Laura would like to add a comment on, I guess, what I just said concerning this mapping. Laura, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I just have a question for Anna, and thank you, Anna, for the presentation. I was wondering how often you validate this with stakeholders, because I understand you do it for per language, right, and per country. So if you could further explain that, thank you.
Yes, we have validated for language and for country our taxonomy when we have realized that, and we are thinking to update the taxonomy, but for this moment we don't have any updating of it, and so when we will update the taxonomy, we need to do another validation with the expert.
But the validation, is it once per year, or is it more often, more or less? What do you have in mind as a process?
Yes, so about usually in this case, the validation, sorry, Anna, to interrupt,
Yes.
is language basis and country basis. So we started in November 2029. So we had the first validation with the expert of Ukraine and probably other countries. So of course we will plan, I think, during the years another validation. What we do in the ETF system is a continuous validation. So it's not something desk, but so by collecting the data real time, what we observe in the monitoring tool that something is not right, we raise an hand and we ask to the expert. It is another pro and cons of the use of web data. Why? Because you know, the web is so dynamic, so we need to monitor the quality of the data and the result. So in the dashboard, the dashboard, I think I shared the first day, one of the dashboard, we track what is happening in the data production system, and this type of monitor is on the micro data. So we track what is happening on the single job posting. If in the model something is wrong, we have an alert from the system, and then we ask to the expert. Of course, in some case, the expert is an engineer. When the alert is coming from the data ingestion, the expert is a data scientist. If the alert is coming from the noise part of the system, from the noise removal part of the system, the expert is or green economy expert or labor market expert in case when the issue is about in the classification. So I repeat, it's not a sort of desk validation, because we don't need a desk validation every year, but it's something that we do every day mainly, and when we have an issue, we raise an hand. The usual example that I do every time is about an occupation. So sorry, I think I repeated this example a lot of time. It's about, for example, the kangaroos, the kangaroo rolls that we detect in Spain a lot of years ago. Anna, please, because for example, the kangaroo is not part of ESCO, for example, but is a real job that we detect in Spain. Why? Because in the normal language, in the Spanish slang, the kangaroos are the babysitter mainly. So in the model, we detect when we started to collect data in the Spanish language that we had this kangaroo that the model was unable to interpret it, and so the posterior probability, technically speaking, was not so good. And so of course we raised an hand with the expert, and in this case we asked why we have a lot of job posting for this type of application, this type of occupation, and we don't know what is it. And the expert, the kangaroo is the Spanish slang to call a babysitter mainly. It is also a way to improve the taxonomy.
Yes, thanks a lot. And the work we started now with the ESCO team, so this mapping of our pilot, it is a pilot, it's a prototype. It is not at all an established, finalized, and internationally approved taxonomy. It's not a taxonomy. We cannot. It is a set of terms that have a rationale behind. They were elaborated with the rationale behind as presented. They are being used for this analysis. And what we have tried already, we started with you, ESCO, is exactly this comparison and mapping, so that we can, we also want naturally to compare with the CEDEFOP work, the work that CEDEFOP is doing on a green skills taxonomy, so that we can come to some sort of a common understanding of the terms that make sense in this context. It is a pioneer work in a way. It is like like developing something completely new, and we want just to learn with each other and come to some common ground on these on the terms, green terms. I think the same will happen also with the remote work terms. It's also a pioneer work, and we have just started it, and we are presenting this for the first time in this webinar, and we'll of course continue the conversation with the national institutions, experts, to gather also their views and feedback. So we stay in touch, Laura.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now we have some time for a small exercise on remote work, just to help us reflect on exactly on this dimension, and how with the big data we can analyze the evolution or the dynamics related with this specific feature of work organization, the changing work organization. So Mauro has prepared an exercise, and he will share.
Yes,
so
I will share.
It will be a small moment for some interaction with all participants.
Yes, let me to share the screen. 1 second. Okay. Can you see my screen? Right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, so let me to go to some slide, because I want to animate a little bit discussion today, because we have some time, so we can discuss, and I think we would like to receive some feedback about also the work that we are doing, because as Fabio mentioned very well this morning, like we discussed also yesterday with the contribution of the participants to the meeting. So the big data are so unique for the labor market intelligence. Of course, big data are not a substitution So we don't want to replace the conventional statistics, but we want to add new dimension, new way to analyze the data. For example, to grab new emerging sector, new type of contract type. So the first question that I have today for the participant is about the last topic presented by Anna today, so about the remote working. Why I have the question? Because during our analysis of remote work, we detect that in some cases the remote working condition is something different in the different countries. We work also for a lot of countries in the European Union because we are working with CEDEFOP and Eurostat. We are working also with some entities in US, Canada, South America, for example, in Australia and New Zealand on this particular topic of the work from remote, work from home. And what we found is this remote work is something different. So like Anna shared with this slide, in some case, the remote working condition is a sort of benefit, is about flexibility, is about work from home. In our case, the remote working condition, the remote work is the job location, like, for example, in this job advertisement. So the remote work is not as a part of the benefit, but is real job location. What, for example, we have in Italy, the remote working is really called smart working, as I can call it. I'm not an expert about labor market law, but in Italy is an addendum to the contract, for example. So we have another type of situation. So, of course, speaking about the artificial intelligence that we are using to detect this type of condition, we are applying these rules. So the different way to call the remote working, in some case, work from home, home work, in some cases is or teleworking, or teleworker, in some cases called in these ways. So my question for the participant today is if they want, of course, by using also the dashboard that we shared yesterday for Ukraine, if they want to share what is the remote work, what is the remote work contract in their specific countries. So I think we have participants from more than 10 countries. If they want to share how they interpreted these different type of work, and also about the importance and the relevance of this new dimension, because I think it's in this case we are speaking about a really new dimension that before, for example, the pandemic, it was not so important to detect from the survey. So the only way that we have now to try to understand the evolution of this trend is to use big data coming from the web.
Thanks a lot, Mauro. So I just wrote in the chat box the question: what is remote work in your countries? Is it a benefit, a work contract type, a job location, or maybe another feature? And since we have here many representatives from research organizations, from also statistical offices, from public employment services, or from ministries of employment, please, could you share? You can raise your hand and speak, or simply write in the chat box. Maybe I would like to ask first the colleagues from Ukraine, Volodymyr Kovtunets and Sarioglu, who are deeply involved in research, labor market and skills analysis using different data. Maybe could you share some views based on the data you have available on this specific feature of jobs, of work the remote smart work, flexible work from home.
Yeah, okay. Eduardo, thank you very much. Concerning work at home, with regard to Ukrainian situation, it looks fine. It looks valid, first of all, in terms and in real mean of work of home. But I am surprised with graphic curves of this data starting early 2020, because we had the almost 10%, and this share decreased during a few months. It looks strange. Maybe the first information was not completely correct at the beginning, but up to date, it looks fine. It looks fine, and of course, we also cannot explain correctly if our software developer is working for a foreign company, for example, in London. Is it remote work or not? I think that some another term may be applied for this situation. Thank you.
Okay. So thanks a lot. Okay, that's a very good I think point you have made, Vladimir. You have already analyzed or tried to reflect on the dashboard. Thanks a lot. Also from Kenya, William, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Sorry, I'm a bit overdressed. It's chilly this morning in Nairobi. There are three categories, or should I say two categories, major categories of remote work. One is a lot of young people, because of high unemployment, have opted for freelancer jobs, online jobs. And I think there have been reports of Kenyans helping university students in the US and in the UK to do their assignments. And so this is remote work, yes, but it is more to do with the location and contract type as well. But it is, most of them are temporary. The second category would be the consultants, communication consultants, management consultants, who for one reason, the employer feels will be expensive to put a desk for within the facility. And so they work away. So that one you can say is the job type. The contract type is remote. But there's also those ones, in terms of location, I think during COVID, there was flexibility. Let me just put it as flexi hours. There was flexibility. You could work from home 2 days a week or 3 days a week and work from the office the other days. Even now, there are organizations that allow that, so that you could work from home half the time and work from the office the other time. So I think it's a combination of both. We haven't seen it as a benefit as yet, but in terms of negotiation during employment, you see a lot of it as more and more people prefer to work from home as from the office.
Eduarda, you are mute.
Thanks. I think it was a very interesting contribution from Kenya, William. It gives also some ideas. For example, the flexible work, etc. We had been discussing this in the team about the possibility to use flexible work as one of the terms to identify remote work from the database. Thanks a lot. And Mauro, you has actually proposed an additional question in the chat box. You can see. So what are the industry sectors more involved or that have a greater incidence or frequency of remote work. Maybe
I
some of you can say, can just share from
Yes.
your knowledge, Armenia, colleagues here present.
Thank you. Thank you,
etc.
Eduarda. I would like also to add something why I'm putting this question, because in 2019, before the pandemic, with the help of the researcher from the University of Milano Bicocca, we ran a study together about the informal economy. So another phenomenon, of course, informal economy associated to the labor market. And we presented a very nice paper in this case to the European Network Labor Market Monitor, so the network that we have in Europe about labor market and big data. And in this case, we developed an index, an informal economy index based on the online job posting. What we did in 2019, maybe wrong, maybe, is to use the presence of the remote stuff as an index that increase the possibility of an informal relation of work. Why? Because in some cases, in some job posting, what we found is not the presence of a specific contract, but the relation was maybe on Skype communication, on Zoom communication, with no indication about the specific type of contract. So what we did, I repeat, maybe wrong, in 2019 is to use the flexibility as an index of possible informal relation. Yes. So I put this question also to try to understand if what is changing now, of course, because we had the pandemic, and we have this evolution of the remote work condition.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Volodymyr Sarioglu, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Eduarda. I want to add only that this year, because of war, we don't have possibility to have data from LFS, from our LFS. So I think this web data will be very useful for substitute some information not obtained from LFS side. That's why I asked about the comparison between web data and official statistics data. So I think this year we will have such task, and we should resolve it using different data and about different source of data. And about flexibility, also this year you have many changes in our population by regions, by sectors. So I think web data will be very useful for such analysis, for such type of analysis. So thank you for information, very interesting. I think it's very timely for us, this information. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. And of course, Vladimir, we are at the beginning. This was just the first step and the first attempt to do to identify remote work, the incidence and frequency of remote work, the share of remote work using the database and the methodology, to the terms identified so far. And the next step would be to discuss much more in depth with you on the terms, actually, for example, that we have been using, and also have maybe your opinion about the trends as they are reflected in the dashboard. That would be a good thing. That's the next step we should have. Thank you. And I see there are some good contributions appearing in the chat box, and I'd like to ask the colleagues to actually express your views. So maybe Ali Abdallah, I think it's Ali Mohammed Abdallah. Would you like to actually explain a little bit better your point? So you mentioned outsourcing as an area or maybe a feature that is connected to remote work. And you say, however, it represents a noticed share and it is difficult to trace outsourcing through traditional surveys. So you are already seeing one very interesting added value, let's say, a feature of online job vacancy analysis, adding information that traditional surveys cannot really trace. Would you like to add or to just a little bit, elaborate a little bit this point, Ali?
Thank you. Yes, outsourcing, from practical experience, and we all noticed the outsourcing services, not only providing services to national clients, but also I noticed that some Egyptians provide outsourcing for clients from abroad or other countries, from Gulf countries and other countries. So, however, it is quite noticed share of work. It is not easy to trace or define the amount of outsourcing services from the traditional surveys or the official statistics. And I guess it will be difficult to trace it. It is not that easy to define such. Given that in Egypt, we didn't implement the financial inclusion completely, so it is not easy even to trace it through the financial system.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali Abdallah. May I also then ask Harris from Mauritius to maybe elaborate also a little bit on your two main points, let's say. So one is remote work in the context of the pandemic and the post-pandemic and sectors, those most connected or impacted or open to remote working. And then you have also another point about the premium visa and the characteristics of working in the Mauritian labor market and how remote work actually intervenes in this context. So you have here two contexts. Maybe from your point of view, could you elaborate, or if you have additional elements or data, or maybe the issues that the remote work might represent in terms of skills or any other labor market dynamics? Harris.
Hi,
thank you.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to share, I guess these are the different models that people are using across the world in terms of flexi, remote, different forms of working. Yeah, obviously in bigger countries, maybe you have more opportunities and types. But in Mauritius, during the pandemic, we have a few sectors which have basically swapped over for remote working. So as everywhere else, I guess this has been accelerated during the pandemic. And post-pan and ICT and financial services have seen some continuity over that period, that stretch of time, that they continued providing services through, initially with some difficulty, but then as things went on, it got more fluid. But even after pandemic, as far as financial services are concerned, they have got back to the office, in terms of service provision. But in ICT, interestingly, we have many companies, and here I'm talking about multinationals and local companies. They are still working in a hybrid mode, so working 1 or 2 days at home and the rest at office, and vice versa. One interesting trend, which it's not necessarily a trend, but an occurrence more than that, is that some people with high skills, in financial services and in ICT as well, have basically stopped their jobs and have been making use of, internet platforms to offer their services internationally. So here I'm talking about people with high level of competencies and high level of skills. So we are facing some difficulties in these sectors locally in Mauritius. There's some people with high skills, high competency, high, networks, etc. They are just taking contracts, yeah, taking contracts, leaving their sort of full-time jobs and offering services via platforms, etc., to international clients.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a, you know, a small market. If we have few people leaving, makes a difference.
Yes,
Yeah. So
yes.
this is an interesting occurrence in Mauritius. But obviously, working remotely has also opened opportunities, you know, for people maybe with, let's say, lesser skills, you know, jobs like data entry, where you just stay home and do these type of lesser required jobs. And this has created opportunities as well for a category of people. And about the visa, I just wanted to share it. Maybe nothing to do with the labor market per se, but this is a visa that is currently advertised by Mauritius, where people can basically come to Mauritius, yeah, and just live in Mauritius, but work remotely. So they don't pay taxes in their origin countries, yeah. So they're just coming to Mauritius, live in Mauritius with the families, etc., but working on a different labor market. So I just wanted to, you know, just to share that with everyone. I'm not making an advert for Mauritius, maybe I am, but I just wanted to share it, just to share it in terms of remote working. So it's a different concept of remote work.
Yes, yes. Yeah, thanks. This is very, very interesting because from the from the dashboard and the, let's say, the dry in a way data, we are coming now to a discussion, understanding much better the different features, types, reasons for, let's say, this phenomenon of remote work, different categories and opportunities. Or challenges also. So thanks a lot for this, very, very interesting. Maybe Dimitar, also from North Macedonia, also mentioning the fact that many companies actually continue using hybrid remote working, also for reasons of cost reduction, etc. Maybe Dimitar, would you like to elaborate a little bit more on this phenomenon in North Macedonia?
Yes.
And whether it is being somehow analyzed also based on whatever data.
Yeah.
And if, yeah.
Actually, we don't have exact data about how many jobs remained remote after the COVID-19, but the situation is, although the pandemics brought a lot of inconveniences in terms of limited communications among workers, being physically on the workplace and so on, but also brought some positive things for the companies in terms of cost reductions for premises, electrical bills, paying, heating, and so on, which companies actually found as like a benefit from this new, let's say, new way of working, new mode of working. And I think that a lot of companies, in my view, from my experience, remain working online a lot, at least keeping some part of the workers working hybrid way or remote. So it's a challenging task to actually estimate and to see how much of those jobs that initially have been transferred to online working, how many of them remain remote after the pandemics.
Yeah.
Which be actually the long-term effects of the long-term impact of the pandemic on the way of working in the labor market. So might be like a scientific research question for some further scientific work.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you very much, Dimitar. So I think we don't have additional comments or examples from countries, and thanks for these 4 cases that we discussed. So Ukraine from 2 angles, Kenya, Mauritius, and North Macedonia. different angles, and let us try to see to what extent we can maybe discover a little bit of some responses even from the online job vacancy analysis going forward. And again, let me underscore, we are just at the beginning of this analysis on remote work. So this conversation, I think, is really very, very useful. So let me then pass the floor to Mauro. Please, Mauro, you have the floor now for...
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes. So we are going now back to green.
Yes, so
from remote to green, the other analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduarda. Of course, thank you for the participants of the discussion, because so we found that we had a lot of beautiful insight also to improve the remote working analysis that we are starting to do with Ukrainian and maybe also in other countries. Because of course, so in some cases we can reuse the same language model, for example, English and French, already ready for Ukraine, also to move this analysis to Tunisia, Egypt, Kenya, maybe. So the second point of observation, the second set of questions that I want to put on the table to animate the discussion today is about the Green New Deal. Of course, the European Union started to observe the evolution of the green economy, of green occupation and green skill some years ago. What we did with ETF last year is to start to observe this phenomenon in the ETF country partners, like for example Ukraine, and we tried to create a sort of hierarchy over the green terms, green skill that we are able to detect in the job posting. Why we need to use this type of hierarchy. So this is a topic of my next section that I will start in 20 minutes, 40 minutes. It's because to use a hierarchy is very important, it's fundamental if we want to extract value, extract knowledge, like mentioned by Fabio in the first session of today. And when we started to watch to these green terms, green skills, we linked the result to these 7 pillars. So from the energy to the agriculture. So the main themes of these 7 green pillars are the energy, the production, the transport, the environment sustainability, tourism, the construction, the economy, and the agriculture. So as you can see, we cover all the industry sector, and of course, in the green result that we have, we see different green share. So my question for you to animate the discussion is about the new terms that we can add, specific, for example, in your countries, to these 7 pillars. If these 7 pillars are enough to observe the green economy, and of course, what do you have in mind? What do you think about the industry sector? So in this case, I'm speaking about the classical sector that we will find in each 7 pillars. So maybe some occupation, some industry sector are quite linked to one single of these 7 pillars. Our occupation and other sector maybe are more transversal. So my question is, what are the specific terms of your country's specific green skill, specific green job that in your opinion we have to add to improve these 7 pillars? If we missed something, so maybe we have to add a new pillar. For example, I don't see the ICT green. We know that the ICT in some cases is not so green. So maybe we can also try to improve with another pillar. And my last question is about how about the transversal sector, transversal job, or the specific sector and specific job for each of this pillar, of course, for your region, for your country. Of course, the chat is open, and also if you want to open your microphone and speak is okay. So meanwhile, also you are thinking about my question. So of course, if, for example, I select one specific pillar, of course, I'm speaking about Ukraine. If, for example, we can see different distribution about occupation. If I go, for example, to the production, I will find different green occupation. I will have a different green share, for example. And of course, this is typical of each single country because, of course, the greenest, like mentioned by Fabio during the Fabio session, is different also about country. In some cases, we can observe that this is linked to the regulation of each single country. So maybe in some cases we have one pillar, one of the 7 pillars with more job posting, because in one specific countries we have some specific regulation about the green and about the labor market. So if you want to comment, and also if, for example, if we use the same methodology on the European Union, let me go to another presentation, 1 second, meanwhile, we found something very specific. So why? Because it's also about the natural language used by the employers to communicate the green work inside the text. So if I go, for example, to watch the evolution, about the green economy, about the green skill, about the green job around Europe, as you can see, I will not find something very different from Ukrainian, for example. I'm speaking about the number of job posting, the share of job posting with something related to the green economy. Of course, if I go to one single country, I will find something very specific of the country. For example, if I go to Germany, for example, I will find, for example, of course, the green share of Germany, as you can see, is not so different from the Ukrainian case. Also, if I watch the distribution about the green share in the 7 pillars, is not so different. Of course, for example, the tourism is more right. If I return to the Ukrainian dashboard, as you can see, the tourism is not so high, but it could be also depend by the situation that we have in Ukraine now. So as you can see, we have a transport, construction, agriculture. Of course, in some case, for example, agriculture, maybe the share, maybe, I don't know, could be also depend about the general share of job posting about agriculture that we have in the web, that is not so high, as you know. So, but For example, I can go in detail about the single terms that we collect, the single green terms. And of course, if I change the country from Germany to, for example, to Italy, I'm going to my country, I will find something similar to Ukraine and to Germany, because as you can see, the share of job posting with a green mention is not so different if I switch to Ukraine or if I switch to Germany and Italy. But as you can see, I will find another distribution about the 7 green pillars. So in this case, energy is the first one, like in Ukraine and also like in Germany. Production is the second one. Of course, we have the tourism sectors in Italy, the economy. The transport is not in the first 3 position, but is not so considered in this case. And of course, in this case, if I go to the single terms that we are extracting from the job posting in Italian, as you can see, I will find something very specific to the Italian language, something more related to the English language, something about some specific regulation that we have, for example, in Italy. So I don't know if you want to comment this result, also specific to your countries.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Mauro, for this, for pointing to these similarities, let's say, in trends related to this green skills analysis in different countries. So there is some similarity, let's say, some common dimensions or common, let's say, figures even between Ukraine, Italy, and Germany. Although we see that in the case of Ukraine, the green skills share is really low according to the current status of our analysis and our data. I don't know if there is any comment from participants about green. If not, what I see in the chat box, we have some comments still about remote work. And we still have then 5 minutes to finish this session discussion. And I would like to pass the floor to the representative of Armstat, so the Armenian Statistical Office, Mrs. Lucine Kalantarian. She had some comments to share with us, and she didn't speak yet, and I would like to pass her the floor. Please, Lucine, you can make all your comments and questions or observations. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. In fact, we have no any special things to add what already said. Just couple of...
We cannot hear you.
We cannot understand. The sound is not very good. We don't. It's a bit.
What about now?
It's better. Yes. Thank you.
Just a couple of words about what we have regarding the remote work and what kind of challenges and what kind of opportunity. To say from the official statistical point of view, unfortunately, we have such a specific observation or research on this topic within the Armstat. Maybe outside of Armstat, there are some research, but we have in our labor force survey, we have just one option of answer about telework, and based on this information, very poor information, but we can see some trend on what changed after the COVID pandemic, and it shows that almost 200% increased the share of people who work remotely. And coming to the sectors, we can see that almost in all sectors which relevant to the telework, we see these statistics. But first of all, it's in IT sector. The second one in education. and etc.
Okay.
So as I said, there is not so detailed statistic on it, but what I think it's important. Recently, I have participated in ILO workshop, and particularly by me raised this question: how we can measure all the such kind of work, how to say, newborn forms of work, and the representative of ILO said that they working on the operalization on the guidance in order to introduce it in official statistics. Yes, maybe that's all. But of course, opportunities, it brings a lot of new opportunities, new skills, especially I would like to stress new skills among old, senior generation in labor market, of course, because for young generation is much more easy to to have this transition from the traditional method to the new method, but it's important that it brings new skill, new capacity for senior generation in labor market. But of course, I would like to say that it brings also challenges. We all know about a lot of benefits, but there are also challenges. I would, for example, I would like to stress this remote teaching also. Yes, it's fantastic when a lot of people participate in a lot of knowledge-based workshops, seminar, etc. But at the same time, it's really, really very hard to combine at the workplace, to combine, usually we can't totally engage in the teaching or in the working process. So like everything in our life has their
pluses and minuses.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And maybe, Luzine, please stay. I'd like to ask you a question that is in the chat box from your point of view of labor statistics, because you are labor statistician and you have been working for many years in that position, and you have a very good understanding of labor statistics. There is a question by Mr. Ali Abdallah. I think it is a very good question for you. Could you give your response from the point of view of labor statistics? So, okay. So the question is there a clear boundary between remote work and home-based activities? And these are categories. So home-based work, this is a category in labor statistics. In Egypt, for example, preparing ready-made meals or catering is a rising activity. It's growing. But can this be classified as remote work, or is it home-based work? Maybe there are different replies to that question, but your point of view of statistician.
Thank you very much for your trust. But usually I am considered me as a perfectionist, and maybe that's why I want to say that I am not ready to like give some professional answer to this, because I am not confident. I need to think about
to reflect. Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks a lot, Luzine, for your contribution. And so the question of Mr. Ali Abdallah remains open, and maybe we can still discuss it at our next webinar, because I think it's a very practical, real question of reality, and we can discuss it from the point of view of even statistical categories. Maybe our colleague Vladimir Sarioglu, who is also an excellent expert in labor statistics, could reflect a bit and next time, also Lucine, if you want to give a thought to this question, you could give your reply at the next webinar. It would be a very nice contribution and sharing between countries. And I see Vladimir Sarioglu, do you have an opinion about this question? Very short, just if not for next webinar.
No. Let's try during next webinar.
Very good, excellent. So that will be a question for next webinar. So Mr. Ali Mohamed Abdallah, your question will stay for the next webinar. Thank you. So now we pass immediately the floor to Mauro for his presentation, and Mauro is going to again illuminate us about the classification in the context of big data for labor market intelligence, analytics, classification using ESCO and ONET. Thanks a lot, Mauro. And then we will have our last session, and Phil is already with us. So Phil, you will have then the floor from approximately 12 or 10 past 12. Thank you, everybody. Mauro?
Yes, thank you, Eduarda. Can you hear me?
Yes, very, very well. Yes.
Okay. I heard some noise in my earphone about I think the interpretation channel, but I will try to minimize it. So if you hear me very well, it's okay. So thank you, Eduarda, for the introduction, and thank you for all the participants to the beautiful discussion with a lot of insight also about the last comment from Ali about the difference between remote working and home-based activity is another good suggestion for me to start the discussion about the role of ESCO and ONET, and in general, the role of the taxonomies inside the data protection system. Because I think we are at the last ingredient of the recipe. We started yesterday to speak about the value of big data. And of course, the first ingredient to realize, to extract insight from web data are about the value of big data. So of course, the granularity, the real time, the up-to-date information, and the adherent to the reality that we have from the big data is the first ingredient. The second ingredient is what Fabio mentioned today, so the artificial intelligence. Why? Because we have a bunch of data, 4 terabyte of 400 terabyte of information stored under the data production system, so a lot of data, and of course we need a way to decode the information from the big data to something. We need a way to link the information that we are extracting from the big data to something, and this something is about the taxonomy that are the last ingredients of the recipe to create a good analytic system with online job vacancy. I think in general, not only for online job vacancy, but for example, if we want to analyze also the social profile, the ingredients are the same. We are speaking about big data, something about AI to try to use the big data as a sensor, and the AIs are the model that translate the sensor in insight for our decision maker, and then of course we can reuse the big data to try to detect what is happening. But of course the taxonomy are one of the ingredient, one of the 3 ingredients that we have in the recipe of the data production system. So let me to start about the reason of use of taxonomy, and I would like to start from my profession, my role, sorry. So the data scientist. Why I wanted to start from this profession? Because if, of course, if I wanted to categorize myself with a role I will use data scientist. If I want to categorize, I don't know, Simone, that is here near me, I will use the term data engineer. If I want to categorize Anna, that is here with me, I will use statistician, maybe, I don't know. But of course, so I can go ahead with this exercise a lot of time, but maybe we are speaking about one group of occupation. And of course, if I go to the web, and if I will use, I don't know, job boards to look for a job for me, I will put as a query data scientist. So if I move, for example, to Indeed, I am watching one new job for me, I will put a data scientist as the role. And as you can see, I have a lot of different job postings from the web. In some cases, so I have some noise, for I don't have a real job posting, but propose for a graduate program. But of course, there is a data science internship, data and tech graduate. So why this job board is sending to me this job posting that is not for data scientists, but is a data and tech graduate? As you can see, I have another job posting here. Here we have a junior data scientist. I can go in detail. In this case, is AI and data science, and so on. So as you can see, a lot of different keywords, different terms to speak about the same role, the same occupation. So I would like to recap. For example, I ran the same exercise last week. So if I put this query on the job boards, so if I'm looking for a data scientist, I will find in some case I have a data science analyst, in some case a biostatistician like Anna, in some case applied scientist with a mention of remote, in some case machine learning research engineer, data science manager, senior analyst. So different way to call the same occupation. And of course, I have a lot of AI to try to normalize these different job titles. So if I use a model, a machine learning model, I can use this machine learning model to try to clean the single job titles and try to use this method to try to have some job titles more cleaned. So, for example, speaking about data science, so the entire word data science, I will find a lot of different job titles. I will have a data scientist, I will have a data analyst, I will have BI developer, machine learning engineer, data protection officer, and a lot of different job titles. So, of course, it's possible to analyze the information with this type of detail. Is okay. Is a pro of big data because we have the single job titles, but of course, in a lot of different applications for our decision maker, is more better to try to reconcile these different job titles in one single bin, because more or less we are speaking about the same role, the same occupation, of course, with different skill, in some case in different sector. For example, here I see a privacy protection consultant. So in some cases, the job titles is really for a specific sector, but more or less we are speaking about the same group of occupation. So the role of the taxonomy, and of course about the ESCO and the ONET taxonomy, because we are speaking about the two main pillars, one of the two main pillars that we have in the recipe of the data production system are about occupation and skill. So in this case, the role of ESCO and ONET is about, of course, the linking. So the develop of AI techniques to try to link the natural language with job titles, but of course also about the analytics stuff. So in the next slide, I will go in detail about these two roles. So I repeat, the decoding, so the linking from the big data to the taxonomy, and the second part about the analytics. So the develop of decision support system that use this taxonomy to analyze the data. So let me to go in detail about these two type of role. So of course, I will start from the first topic. So the data classification. We are here in this green light green part of the system. Here we use the taxonomy. Why we are using the taxonomy? Because as you can see, as you saw from my previous slide, we have a lot of different way to call the same occupation. Of course, we can develop a beautiful machine learning model. We can develop a beautiful natural text mining models to try to decode the single job roles that the employers, the single sentences that the employers are using to call data sciences, for example. And of course, we can try to use the machine learning stuff, and the output of a machine learning will be the occupation code. I don't know, 2512 software developer, but is the class of the software developer in ISCO 08. But of course, we have a lot of occupations that are very difficult to find on the web. And in some cases, we are able to find one knowledge of posting for that specific occupation. Usually, I use always the same example. So I really to say thank you to the interpretation support, because I will use an Italian word in this case. That is, I think it is very difficult to translate in Ukrainian, French. So, for example, in the taxonomy, we have all the occupation, not only the occupation that we found on the web. Usually I use this example. In Italy, we have Venice, as you know, and in Venice, there are a lot of people that are working as gondoliere. I cannot translate gondoliere in English, sorry, but mainly is the people that drive the boats in Venice. So if I go to the web and I'm looking at work for a gondoliere, it's impossible to find a job posting. So it's very difficult to develop a machine learning model that able to address, to decode also this specific occupation gondoliere. In this case, the taxonomy help us. Why? Because if I go to ESCO and if I look, for example, for each specific occupation, I will find not only the group of occupation, so the main occupation code, but I will have all the single alternative labels. And in this case, these alternative labels are coming to us from the international labor market expert that the ESCO consortium is using to improve the ESCO taxonomy. So let me to give you an example. So I go to the ESCO website. I'm using, sorry, the English version, but as you know, and like yesterday, Laura presented, ESCO is available in all the language. So if I go, for example, to the class of software developer, I don't put gondoliere, sorry. I will use a software developer because so we can, it's more easy for me to explain. As you can see, I will find the single job role, so software developer, that is the code 2512.4. But of course, I have a lot of alternative labels. I have application developer, application programmer, solution developer, and this is very good to us for the data protection system because we use as alternative labels as a sort of map that is a sort of really map that help us to try to decode the single occupation in the right occupation code. Of course, the second help, for example, that ESCO is about the localization, because if I switch from English to another languages, I will find the same alternative labels for Spanish, French, German, and also Ukraine. And of course, this is it is very helpful for the system, because we can use the two stuff, so these alternative labels and the machine learning model, to try to decode the bunch of data that we collect from the employment agency, from the job portals, from all the websites that we link to the system, and we are able to collect all this bunch of information, and with the help of this alternative taxonomy, we are able to decode and translate what we collect in something more helpful for the decision maker. So this is the task that we do in the data classification part of the system. So the goal is to normalize the data that we have, not in the single job role, but in one occupation group, in one occupation subgroup, because in this case, we are able to go from the big picture, so from the context, to the detailed information. Or if we want, we can start with a bottom-up approach. We can start from the single skill that we found, from the single occupation, and we can try to observe the evolution of the single skill, the single occupation, during the years. So the goal of the data classification part of the system is to use the ESCO taxonomy, the ONET taxonomy, and also the other taxonomy, not only from the hierarchy point of view, so not only for the analytics part, but also for an operational task. In this case, we are using the alternative labels to try to decode. These alternative labels are so important also because they are standard. So we can analyze the labor market in Germany and in Egypt with the same map, with the same in the same way. So we are analyzing not with Apple and Crocodile. We are using the same way to decode and normalize the labor market in different countries. But it is so important. The goal of the data classification is to normalize, so not only occupation, also skill, location, industry sector. And this is the real value of the taxonomy and the real role of the taxonomy in the data production system. Because in the other end, it's like when we are in a big city without a map. So it's very difficult. Of course, if we have Google Maps, we can put a query. But if we don't have an image of the city, if we don't have a way to go from one point to another location, it's very difficult to analyze the bunch of data that we have. So, of course, the quality of big data analysis, the quality of big data system really depends by the quality of the classification system used by the big data system, because it's the only way to find the right way to analyze the information. And of course, to compare the information that we collect in one group of country with another group of country, with one group of sector, with another group of sector. So let me to give you some example of analysis that we can do with the help of the taxonomy. So first of all, these examples are coming from the skill intelligence tool of CEDEFOP. We can try to analyze the evolution of group of profession from broad occupation to the single occupation. So, for example, in this case, we can watching the evolution of the job posting from the broad occupation. In some case, I used the professional group. So the share of job posting in the professional group, as you can see, one of the more representative group is, of course, about ICT professional. And if I go inside the ICT professional, I will find that the more represented group is about software and application developer analysis. So as you can see, I started from the context with the broad occupation categories. I went in detail about the professional, and I ran a drill down to the ICT professional. This is a way to use an hierarchy, and of course ISCO 08 and ESCO provide us a beautiful hierarchy to analyze the data in this way. So I used in this case a top-down approach to analyze the information from the big picture to the single detail. And of course, I can use the taxonomy to try to analyze the skill inside one occupation group. In this case, for example, I am analyzing the distribution of the skill requested for SAT professional. In this case, the information are coming from skill intelligence, skills panorama. As you can see, I don't have the single term to identify, for example, the adapt to change. I cannot see, for example, flexibility. Why? Because the scope of the taxonomy is to link the different terms, the different keywords that we have from the natural language to the single bin. In this case, we can set up to change, English, project management, and so on. That is another way. In this case, I'm using a bottom-up approach because I have the single skill. And of course, another good practice that we have from the taxonomy is about the categorization. So we will go in detail about the hierarchy and the categorization in the November 29, because so the category and the hierarchies are also pillars of the data visualization system. But of course, by using the taxonomy, we can identify, we can categorize the list of skills that we extract from the job posting in pillars. For example, in this case, I wanted to analyze the soft skill and the digital skill for the occupation in Italy. So as you can see, I can compare the relevance between these two groups of skill, soft and digital, in all the country. And I repeat, one of the pro to use a taxonomy is I can compare not only the skill inside the country, but with the same map, with the same the same way I can compare the skill, for example, soft and digital in Egypt, in Kenya, in Ukraine, and see what are the different and try to extract insight about this different. Of course, I can use also some bottom-up approach. In this case, in this chart, I'm plotting the evolution of the programming language that we extract from the job posting. So from 2000, sorry, there is not the x-axis. So from 2014 to 2019, in this case, in Italy. So as you can see, I can go in detail. And this is another way, another role of the taxonomy. Because as you can see, I have Python, PHP, Java, and so on. Of course, in the job posting data that we collect, in some cases, there is the mention of SQL, Java, Python. But in a lot of cases, we also track the single Python library, the single SQL tool, the single Java tool. And in this case, the role of the taxonomy is to link all this bunch of different technology with one single name, SQL, Java, PHP. Of course, I can go in detail with a lot of other examples. So let me to give you two very fast real example. That is a real, but two very live example. So I go to my browser. I will try also to put the link in the chat. So, for example, I can also mention, for example, one new taxonomy, because in my next slide, I will go in detail about the standard taxonomy. The standard taxonomy are very important because these taxonomy are standard, are international, and we can apply the international taxonomy and compare the result that we have in different countries in the same way. But of course, there are also some private taxonomy. So, for example, in this case, case, I'm using a private taxonomy also only to show you the compare of one single skill in different country. So, for example, I want to share the link in the chat. For example, I can try to put one keyword and try to observe if there is some skill. I use a programming language. As you can see in the taxonomy, I can find the Java programming language, the JavaScript programming language, some technology, Hibernate, and so on. I will go in detail, for example, of one of the skill that I found, the Java programming language. As you can see, the taxonomy is composed with a description of the skill, like in ESCO. And of course, I can see some relation between one single skill and the other skill. For example, in this case, with the Java programming language and some technology. And of course, I can compare the data coming from job posting, in this case, US, UK, for example, and Canada. I can compare with the same map, with the same dictionary, data coming from different countries in different languages, because, you know, in UK, US, we have maybe mainly only English. In Canada, we have French and also English. So this is another role of the taxonomy, to normalize and have one common language. Of course, the taxonomy are organized by categories. So, for example, I can organize the skills in main categories. I can go in detail about information technology to subcategories, and I will go then the single skill. So this is another role of the taxonomy. Of course, so I can use this taxonomy to analyze the data coming from job posting, and not only job posting. Let me to give you a very fast example. So I put in the chat because it's public. So for example, I can use the taxonomy to combine the data coming from a job posting and coming from a conventional statistic. So for example, let me to log in. The login is free, so you can log in. For example, I can combine the data coming from Italy with the ISCO 08 taxonomy. In this case, I will use a software developer. I can compare, for example, the job posting data for the last 12 months with traditional data. So, for example, the number of employees for this particular occupation, so software developer, over 10 years. And also I can combine, for example, our taxonomy with ISCO 08. In this case, I can watch which industries are demanding this occupation, software developer in Italy. In this case, the taxonomy, of course, is the industry taxonomy, so NACE, so the industry sector. We can use, for example, the NATS to analyze the job location, and the ESCO skill to visualize which specialized skills are required for this specific role. So in this case, we are speaking about the more frequent mention in the job posting, or with the common skill. So as you can see, I have the two sides, specialized skill and the common skill. And of course, I can also change to another country. I can go to Germany. I can use the same occupation, software developer. I can, as you can see, use the same metrics. So the number of job posting, the employment numbers, the industry distribution with the same taxonomy, because the role of the taxonomy inside the data production system is to provide a common language to analyze the data. As you can see, in this case, I have the NATS, for the location, the NACE for the industry, and of course the ESCO skill to analyze the evolution of the specialized skill and the common skill. So let me to return to my slide. So, of course, the taxonomy are so important because if we have the big picture of the labor market, we have, of course, the job posting, but we have also different data that are coming from different sources. Of course, for example, we have the enterprise data, we have the job posting data, we have the online profile, for example. In some case, we have, for example, the conventional statistics, so the employee surveys, and so on. So, of course, in some case, this different type of source of data have some in common. So, for example, we have the skill in common between job posting and online profile. We have the demographic information that are in common from online profile and employee surveys. So, we really need a common language to also to try to create some interoperation, some relation between the different data that we collect. And this is the role of the three main taxonomy that we are using in the system. Of course, so I didn't mention the NAT and the ISO for the job allocation, because so we spoke a lot about them in the last session last week, but I want to focus the next slide on the ISCO 08, that is the International Standard Classification of Occupation, is coming from ILO, as you know, and is used in the system to normalize the occupation. To the second main taxonomy, that is the Statistical Classification of Economic Activities, NACE, that is a standard from Eurostat in the European Union, mainly in the data production system, we are only using the first and the second digit, so we can compare the data that we collect and normalize also with the standard, with the SIC, so the standard industry classification, with the NICE, that is the US taxonomy, or the ANZIC, that is the Australian and New Zealand taxonomy. And also the last pillar, of course, is about ESCO, because ESCO give us two important help. One, of course, is about the normalization. So with ESCO, we can speak one only language about skill in the European Union and, of course, in the ETF system. Second is about the alternative labels. So is an important help to decode the single job title inside the ISCO 08 right occupation. Because as you know, if we have in mind the occupation section of ESCO, the first four digit are the same that are present in ISCO 08. So we can use the ESCO level 5, 6, 7, 8 to try to put the job posting data or the online profile in the right ISCO 08 occupation. So, of course, this taxonomy presents also to us a full hierarchy, but it is so important to analyze the data. So the hierarchy in the system will go in detail when we will see the data visualization part of the system. The hierarchy are very important. For example, ISCO 08 categorized the occupation with 4 different levels, starting from the major group, for example, professional, to the sub-major group, the health professional, the minor group, so medical doctor, for example, and the unit group, but here the digit 4 that you find in the ETF system, that is the more detailed level. Of course, inside the system, we are using the ESCO level in this case, so the ESCO level 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, if I remember well. And in particular, we are using the alternative labels to try to put each single job posting in the right occupation, in the right unit group. Of course, if I moved my analysis from the occupation to ESCO, I will find that also ESCO provides us a hierarchy to analyze, for example, the skill. So in this case, I'm using the abilities, knowledge, skill, technology and tools, work activity and work style that are coming from the ESCO taxonomy. Let me to give you an example. So if I go to the here. So in this case, our data coming from Eurostat and CEDEFOP. As you can see, by using the ESCO 1.1, that is the version released of ESCO in the last February, we can analyze the data with different different categories. For example, I can analyze the data that are coming from Spain, for example, in 2022. And as you can see, we have the first three levels of the ESCO skill hierarchy. So as you can see, I have skill, knowledge, the transversal skill, and the language skill and knowledge. But of course, I can go in detail about the first level of the ESCO skill hierarchy to the third level of the ESCO skill hierarchy. For example, I can select of course, I have to refresh my page. No, it's okay. So, for example, I can select one single level of the ESCO skill hierarchy. In this case, I'm watching the skill. I can go in detail about the single skill. So, from the big picture to the detail. And of course, I can also analyze the opposite part. So I can start from work as a team and try to understand how many job posting I find as work in teams in these specific countries. As you can see, in this case, I am comparing two different countries. So Spain with Italy. Also, I can go in detail to the single occupation if I want, because the help in this case of the taxonomy is the normalization, the common language that they give us to analyze the data in different countries. Of course, I can go in detail about the single ESCO skill main group, abilities, knowledge, skill. Eduarda, how many minutes I have? One? Yes, of course. And yes, only two minutes and I will finish. One of the big role of the taxonomy is about the aggregation that they provide us, because they can help us to group similar roles inside the right bin, and this is an help to enable more easier the analysis. So let me to give you an example. So for example, with the class of software developer 2512, we can aggregate in the same class a list of different job titles, but are mainly only software developer with a declination, for example, to the application or to the tool that they are using. Of course, I can go ahead to speak about taxonomy a lot of time. Let me to give you one last example about the role of taxonomy inside the system. So, for example, I can use the taxonomy not only to analyze the information coming from different sector, different occupation, but I can also apply, for example, the different synonyms, difference in set. For as you can see in this dashboard, we can analyze, for example, the single digital skill, Excel, database, testing, networking, but using an array or list, sorry, array is too technical, or list of synonyms. So, for example, when we extract Excel from the job posting, it's because in the job posting is mentioned Microsoft Excel, Workbook, Excel, macro, and so on. And of course, it's a way to aggregate the data and group a similar concept. The last example that I want to leave to you is about the application of different taxonomy, because, so I repeat, the big data is a sort of a unique value. So yes, we can apply standard taxonomy and it's a value because we can speak a common language, but of course we can also apply some specific taxonomy, because in some cases we have the need to go in detail of one specific question. For example, we can analyze, this is an example from Spain, if I remember well, we can analyze the occupation with another taxonomy. So For example, we can use the CEN framework. It is another framework, is linked to ESCO, also in this case, but I have more granular information about the occupation. So, for example, I can analyze the ICT families from the CEN framework. Of course, we can link this one with ESCO. We can go in detail about, for example, the skill that the employers are requesting for a system analyst. As you can see, we can combine new taxonomy, alternative taxonomy with ESCO in this case. So we can combine the CEN occupation, and we were able to start this type of a job posting with the ESCO skill. So in this case, I can see that the more requested skill for a system analyst are the use of computer, the adapt to change, flexibility, the Linux operating system, and so on. So I finish my session. I don't know if I have some question or I pass the stage to Eduarda.
Thank you so much, Mauro, for this presentation. I think besides let's just share a brief comment. Besides the concrete information and examples, reflection on taxonomies, use of taxonomies, combination even of certain taxonomies, I think you also gave a very good demonstration of new types of data delivery. So you have been showing in a very fluid manner different dashboards, platforms, and ways, formats of data delivery that are really very different compared with, let's say, the more conventional, traditional tables, Excel files, etc. It is really a new world of data analysis, data sources analysis, and also the delivery. Thank you very much, Mauro. And we immediately pass then the floor to Phil Barker. And let me just say a few words about Phil. What I know about Phil is a consultant in technology to enhance learning and information systems for education. He is particularly interested in supporting the discovery and selection of appropriate learning resources and opportunities. His main areas of expertise are in semantic technology, resource description, technology for open education, and open education resources. So currently, Phil is a metadata consultant for Credential Engine, and helps lead the Open Competency Framework Collaborative for the US Chamber of Commerce T3 network. He contributes to several standardization efforts as well. So besides working with Credential Engine, which is a very interesting, powerful, let's say, tool, big tool, Phil is a partner in CETIS LLP, which is a cooperative consultancy for innovation in education technology. Phil, you have the floor. And your presentation is, I think, very interesting, somehow related with the different aspects that have been discussed here, but also different. Thank you so much, Phil.
Thank you, Eduarda, and congratulations on putting together such an interesting program. I've really enjoyed all of the previous speakers. And while Mauro was speaking, I came to appreciate the graduation that you've got, the change that you've got through this program, from talking about data that is available in human readable forms and what it takes to get that into a machine readable form where it can be processed, through to what Mauro was talking about, having these, I think of them as fixed points in the landscape, the triangulation points that you can use for mapping other things to, which are the standards such as ESCO, ISCO, and all of the other taxonomies. My interest is in linked data standards and information systems for education. And what I'm going to be considering is, if you like, one step deeper than what Mauro was just talking about. Once you've got something like the ESCO taxonomy, how do you encode that taxonomy in such a way that machines can understand it? You know, what tag do you use in order to say this is the title of a skill, or what classification do you use to say this is a skill, this is an occupation, this is an educational course? And the important thing is that there are many different ways of doing that. The other thing that I'd like to just reflect on is in the initial part of today's session, people were talking about how difficult it is to get that structured data out of things that appear on the web in human readable format. What I'm interested in is the structure of the data once it has been extracted from those human readable forms. But also let's bear in mind that very often that data started off as structured data. You know, somebody, when they were creating a job posting, will have filled in a form. That data will have been stored in a database, and that data, the structure of that data can be communicated along with the human readable form in a way that will make it easier to extract it later for all of the wonderful things that we've heard about today. So yes, as Eduarda said, I am based in Edinburgh, Scotland, though I'm currently thinking of Mauritius as an opportunity, because I work as a consultant with US-based organizations. One of them in particular is the Credential Engine. I help them design the Credential Transparency Description Language, which is something that I'll be saying more about later. And I am really thrilled to be to have this opportunity to talk to such a diverse group of people representing so many different nations. You know, we've heard from Ukraine, Armenia, Kenya, North Macedonia, Mauritius again, still thinking of Mauritius, and so many different interests in sort of the labor market in general and in education. And that coming together of people with a diverse range of backgrounds and working in many different contexts is one of the themes that I want to try and address in my work and in my presentation today. The broad question that I want to answer is, how can we work together, sharing data, when of necessity, and rightly, we all have different views of the world? And there are technical choices that enable or hinder this coming together and sharing of data. And I won't be talking about one approach to that. But to cover these big themes, I'll be talking broadly rather than in depth. But I hope that I'll be able to illustrate some of the details that matter. Let's start by looking at the context, diversity and the requirement for interoperability. And by interoperability, I mean sharing data from one system, one computer to another, one system of computers to another. Here is one view of the labor market. In this view, a person is at the center. That person is Pam, who happens to be a teacher in South Africa, but it could be anyone, anywhere, in any job, or with any aspirations of aspirations for a career in any occupation. As well as data about Pam, her age, her demographics, etc. Labor market data concerns information from all of the other things that Pam interacts with directly or is closely associated with, and about other things in the world beyond those. So Pam, and I'll start at the left and move anti-clockwise, Pam is based in a certain place. As I said, it happens to be South Africa, it could be anywhere else. She has attended certain educational organizations, schools, colleges, and took advantage of some of the learning opportunities that they offered. She earned her credentials or qualifications to show that she had acquired certain skills, knowledge, skills, other attributes that together signify her competence. That competence allows her to pursue a career in her chosen occupation. So she has a job where she fulfills a work role for an employer. Beyond this circle of things that Pam interacts with immediately, the educational organization that she attended is maybe answerable to a government organization. Let's say they are answerable directly to a government organization, and also indirectly via a quality assurance organization that can accredit the learning opportunities, the credentials and the qualifications that the educational organization offers. Let's say there is a professional organization that oversees Pam's chosen occupation by defining a framework of competencies, a framework of skills, knowledge, attitudes that are necessary in order to work in that particular occupation. And this framework, the skills, competencies, skills, knowledge, attitudes, are aligned with the credentials that are offered. Let's say that Pam's employer and others like them are part of a federation that works with the professional organization to agree on defined work roles, and that this federation also interacts with the government, and so on. Any one of these could be the center of their own view of the labor market, and labor market analysis will be centered on a particular actor in this system, but will include data from and about all of the others. And every actor in the labor market has its own specific concerns. Different data is important to each of them for different reasons. I've tried to show in this table some of those reasons and some of those interests, but this isn't a definitive or even authoritative table in any way. In fact, I encourage you to try something similar for yourselves to come up with something that is better. And if you talk to people from other sectors, you will often find that some of their interests are similar, but probably expressed differently. As well as this diversity of concerns and views about which data are important, different suppliers, different information systems suppliers, target each sector with software systems that will meet those needs, meet the specific needs of that sector. And they have done for many years. And so practices and common standards have become baked in to each area. Often these systems have some interoperability, some capability to share data. For example, in education, course management systems and student information systems tend to be separate pieces of software, but they have grown to be interoperable so that student information can be used to assign students to the right courses in the course management system, and then information about the performance of the students in those courses can be passed back from the course management system to be recorded in the student record. But this interoperability within an organization is only possible because of a common view of what data are important and the use of a common set of systems. That common view often breaks down when we try to take data from one domain to another, for example, from education to employment. So the key points to think about for the context is that the labour market involves a diversity of different actors, each with their own concerns, practices, and uses for data. Interoperability is facilitated when a common standard is used. Common standards are possible where there are common concerns, practices, and uses for the data. To summarize, there is a conflict between the healthy diversity within the labour market data ecosystem and homogeneous standardization that would facilitate data sharing. There is, however, still a need to share data if you want to do analysis across the labour market. I said I would be talking about one approach that enables sharing data without a single homogeneous standard that covers everything. That approach is RDF, which is the technical basis of the semantic web, linked data, knowledge graphs. It is a meta model or framework that is an approach to creating data models and defining vocabulary terms that are used to describe things in the real world. And there's a good introduction to RDF from the W3C RDF primer. And there's a link in my presentation notes, which I hope will be shared with you after this call, so you'll be able to read more about it there. RDF stands for the Resource Description Framework. Here, resource means anything concrete, digital, or conceptual, anything real or imaginary that can be identified. It's a set of standards that were developed by the W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, the body that oversees the development of standards for the World Wide Web. And work on these standards started around the turn of the century, so they are quite mature. The focus of work using RDF has changed over the years. Initially, the focus was on the semantic web, supporting one approach to AI. In our first presentation, we saw that AI isn't just machine learning. RDF, the semantic web, focused on knowledge representation and inferencing, which is another angle of AI. Then the focus shifted to linked data, more of an emphasis on interoperability and sharing data. And then the focus was on large-scale knowledge graphs and data mining, such as underpins many products from text giants such as Google, Amazon, Netflix, and also smaller private knowledge graphs, but also open knowledge graphs such as Wikidata and DBpedia that anybody can access. But really, semantic web, linked data, knowledge graphs are just different terms for what you can do with RDF. If you're thinking, this progress seems to end at 2012, personally, I would extend it to say currently that there's a focus on smaller scale knowledge graphs, personal graphs, and facilitating privacy and trust in data sharing, especially important when you're sharing data about people. So, getting more technical. The basis of RDF is the statement, a three-part entity, we call it a triple, with a subject, a predicate, and an object of that predicate. So here, what the diagram is saying is that Socrates, the subject, his citizenship, the predicate, is Athenian, the object. And this diagram uses a common convention that I'll use in other diagrams to show the triple as ovals and arrows, or two ovals, one arrow. Socrates was a person, Athenian is a concept, and citizenship is a relationship between the two. But RDF can describe these as what it calls resources. On the web, resources are identified with URIs or URLs. So in small type in the middle there, you get the actual RDF code using RDF terms from Wikidata, which is one of the big public knowledge graphs, to make this statement. This is really simple, but powerful enough, it turns out, to work with really complicated problems. I'll try and illustrate that power without getting into anything too complicated. Here are two statements. They can be read as Socrates is an Athenian and all Athenians are Greek. Therefore, we know that Socrates is Greek by inferencing, even though neither statement says so explicitly. This is the sort of logical inference that the semantics of RDF allows. Building on those two statements, we can add more data. We can represent the data graphically without repeating entities that are the same. A sort of semantic web, links between data that express the nature of relationships between things that the data is about, or a knowledge graph, and graph is just a mathematical term for this type of representation of sets of relationships and nodes, and the entities describe them, the entities become the nodes. So you end up with a knowledge graph, or the semantic web, if you like, if it's distributed by linking together many different RDF statements. Imagine expanding out this graph with millions of statements, and you can start answering questions like, how many Greeks do we know are philosophers? Why linked data? Because when everything is identified with a URI, excuse me, when everything is identified with a URI, you can follow that URI as a link to more data about the thing that is identified. Here's more data about Socrates. It's pulled from Google's knowledge graph. Of course, it's also important the URIs are unique. Each one identifies only one thing. You don't want to get the wrong Socrates, for example, the Brazilian footballer. The web standards for HTTP URIs, what you're commonly known as URLs, allow for different representations of the same thing to be recovered, depending on what is requested. Here, for example, is something close to the raw data about Socrates that's available from Wikidata. Note how it's multilingual. This is built into RDF. So, recap of what I said earlier, that interoperability based on the use of a single standard was only viable when there was a shared view of what things were important and agreement on how to represent these things. And interoperability doesn't work if an education organization related people to courses, and courses have learning outcomes, when an employer is more interested in salaries and skills. How does RDF deal with that? Different standards expressed in RDF all use the same meta model. They all use the same framework, subject, predicate, object, but they define their own vocabulary covering the key types of entity that they want to describe, the classes, and their characteristics and relationships to other entities, the properties which we see in the data as the predicates of the triples. Here, I've used different colors to represent statements that use 3 different RDF vocabularies. Note, for example, how green expressed the citizenship as the concept of Athenian, whereas orange talks about things from Athens. Those are 2 different terms. They're obviously similar. Each vocabulary term would be identified using URIs as defined by the standard it's part of. Different identifiers may be used for the same individual by different sources, but each URI will only identify one individual. The key bit, how does RDF deal with standards that use different vocabularies? Firstly, because the same meta model, because the same framework is used, terms from different standards can be used together. So we see over on the left, term from the blue standard relating Socrates to a concept from the orange standard. Secondly, core RDF standards, part of the core vocabulary of RDF, include properties that can be used to show relationships between individuals, classes, and properties, and to allow inferencing. So we can say that the identifier that's used for Socrates in the green standard and the identifier that's used for Socrates in the blue standard relate to the same thing. We can say that the concept of from Athens and the concept of Athenian are the same thing. And we can say that the property of being a citizen of and the property of citizenship are equivalent to each other. you put all of those together, those three standards from three different sources can be merged into the same graph as I showed before. Looks a little bit messier simply because, you know, I tried to show that they come from different sources. And imagine expanding this out to data from many diverse sources to produce a graph with millions of statements in it. And you can start answering questions like, how many Greeks do we know who are philosophers, without any one organization having that specific data, without there being any one standard that is concerned even about that data. Because you're combining the power of different standards used by different organizations, each talking about the things that they are interested in. So, key point. RDF, the Resource Description Framework, is a stable, mature, open standards framework. It's the foundation of the semantic web, linked data, and knowledge graphs. It allows you to infer information that is not explicitly in the data. It can be decentralized. It allows you to link between data sets. Large public data sets are possible. And through harmonization on a common meta model, it allows interoperability between different domain standards. Okay, I want to talk about CTDL, the RDF vocabulary that I work on with the Credential Engine. Credential Engine is a US-based non-profit organization with a mission to map the credential.
Sorry, can you speak louder, please? Thank you.
Yes, sure. Let me move the microphone a little bit closer to me. Credential Engine is a US-based non-profit organization with a mission to map credential qualifications. Is that better? I'm having, sorry, I can't find the volume control for my microphone just now. It's covered by the presentation, but I'll try and speak louder.
It's good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The mission of the Credential Engine is to empower people to find opportunities that are best for them. Our vision is that people anywhere should be able to find opportunities for learning, advancement, and meaningful careers. And we accomplish this by establishing a common infrastructure for organizing credential and competency data, which is used by our systems and can be used by anybody else. And we do this by leveraging a common language to describe education and workforce data. We also accomplish our mission by collaboration. We develop policy and software to support credential transparency in partnership with companies, education and training providers and policy makers. And empowerment. We use openly licensed standards and open source technology to allow anybody to access credential and competency information, to enable an open marketplace for customized applications and tools. These are our freely available technology components for credential and skill transparency. Credential Engine's openly licensed RDF-based language, the Credential Transparency Description Language, or CTDL, gives us all a common vocabulary for defining over 800 characteristics of education and training credentials and other related things such as their cost, quality assurance, connections to other credentials, skills, competencies, assessments and learning opportunities, occupations, skills, employment, earnings outcomes, and more. These are all covered by CTDL. Credential Engine provides at no cost a global credential registry where any credential issuer can publish information about the credentials that they offer. The credential registry automatically generates URIs for each credential, organization, skill, and other data components. These unique identifiers are critically valuable for organizing and managing information about credentials and skills from different sources. Credential Engine does not develop user tools. We provide an API from which these can be created, excepting that we do support a tool called the Credential Finder, which is a web interface to view and explore the information stored in the registry. The credential registry is open source software, so it is possible for other organizations to host their own registries, or indeed for anyone to use CTDL in any other RDF compatible data store to build their own registry software. There is one thing that we don't do. We don't store information about individuals or their achievements. So it's not enough just to say that you have or offer a degree or some other credential. People need information about that credential in order to understand it. Providing this data is what we mean by transparency. Credential Engine has been developing CTDL for over 5 years through open consensus-based processes that include, consensus-based processes that include experts from education, employment, government, quality assurance, industry sectors, and other arenas. CTDL is harmonized with schema.org, the international linked open data standard that's widely used on the web. CTDL is designed to be internationalized and also to support mapping to other related languages that also use RDF. CTDL is continuously evolving as new use cases are defined. For example, we recently added new structures for describing learning pathways. CTDL is actually a family of 3 different schemas, one covering credentials and related types of thing, another for competencies and competency frameworks, and a third for qualitative data. This is a selection shown on the right of the screen here of the type of things that can be described, including credentials of many different subtypes, assessments, learning programs, courses, occupations, organizations, costs, funding, and so on. Again, we don't deal with information about whether any individual has earned a credential or learned a competency, but CTDL can be used with other RDF languages to do just that. Every term in CTDL is documented on our credreg.net technical documentation site in both human readable and machine readable formats. Here, what you're looking at is how we describe a credential type that we know as certification. We provide a definition of that type and information about what properties can be used to describe its characteristics or relationships to other things. These definitions are important both for avoiding ambiguity in the use of CTDL and for providing information that can be used by apps. So the definition of certification can be used by an app as a little pop-up explanation of what's meant when somebody says that they have a certification. We do similar for all 800 plus classes and properties in CTDL. Descriptions using CTDL can be stored in the registry and viewed with the Finder, which gives a sense of the richness of the descriptions that are possible. So here I've switched from showing how credentials may be described to what a description of an individual credential looks like. There's a name, a description of who offers the credential, excuse me, and crucially, there are links to descriptions of the 50 competencies that a person must master in order to earn this credential. But please remember that although all the resources that are described in the credential registry are US-based, this is just a consequence of the funding. It's not a limitation of CTDL or the software. And of course, the data is available in machine-readable formats. Here it is as JSON-LD. So the key takeaways about Credential Engine is that it's a not-for-profit organization aiming to collaborate in improving the outlook for education and employability. CTDL is an RDF-based language for describing credentials or qualifications, if you prefer, and things that are related to them. Data using CTDL can be stored in registries such as the Credential Registry. Okay, so I want briefly to give an example of CTDL being used with another RDF language. And there's a link in the presentation to more details about the example that I'm going to give. It deals with using CTDL terms and registry data in verifiable credentials. W3C standard for verifiable credentials does exactly what CTDL doesn't. It deals with handling information about an individual's achievements and other claims. In itself, it's a generic standard. A claim could be the age of a person or their residency, but it's very applicable to education and to educational occupation and occupational credentials specifically. Indeed, some of the examples in the standard are about a person having a degree, but that's as far as it goes. It provides no way of describing that degree. But there's been a W3C community group that's been looking into how to do that, how to describe the educationally important characteristics of the credential that is being asserted. Anyway, W3C verifiable credentials does what CTDL doesn't. CTDL does what W3C verifiable credentials doesn't do. This is an example from the W3C standard, and I apologize for showing code on a presentation slide. It's never possible to see all the detail, but what is important here is that all that is said is that a person has a bachelor degree, the meaning of which is not defined. That's not enough information for an employer to know whether to employ you, for example. In this example, the CTDL terms in green are used to provide more details about the degree. And the links in yellow provide even more data that can be retrieved from the registry. So we'll see in green that the type of achievement is a CE terms bachelor degree. That, although it doesn't immediately look like it, is a URI, and that will link to the definition that's available from Credential Engine on the technical site of what we mean by a bachelor degree. Remember, I showed a similar example for certification earlier. This would give the definition of bachelor degree. We then use terms from Credential Engine, names and requires, to provide information that the verifiable credential standard doesn't allow you to provide. That information is more details about the name of this credential, which is type, this credential type, which is a bachelor's degree. Also requires, and here what this bachelor degree requires are also identified by URIs. These URIs again link to data that's in the registry, but some of that data is repeated in the data that forms part of the verifiable credential. So you get the coded notation here, the label, what we call the competency label, knowledge of science, and the competency text, demonstrate a good knowledge of science. I need to emphasize these are made up. These are made up to match the rather artificial example that was in the W3C verifiable credentials specification. I don't believe that there really would be a competency that is so broad as knowledge of science. In reality, you would be looking at data that was as fine-grained as could be obtained. So, the key takeaways. CTDL can be used with other RDF languages to provide rich data about educational and occupational achievements of individuals, a sort of miniature personal knowledge graph, which can be compatible with data from other sources, such as educational offers, job adverts, etc. And that opens many possibilities for career development and talent discovery. And that is where I finish my prepared presentation. I'm very happy to take questions if we have time. This slide deck, I believe, Eduardo, you will be sharing with people so they'll be able to follow links for more detail. And I see one question immediately in the chat, which is Volodymyr. Is credential equivalent to qualification in your meaning, or to what extent? I use them as being roughly equivalent in a broad sense. It is an example of where different communities use different terms in different ways. As far as I can understand it, credential is used widely in the US to mean pretty much exactly what in the EU we would call a qualification, though that doesn't mean that other people don't put their own definitions on both of these terms to mean something different. In particular, Credential Engine deals only with educational and occupational credentials, whereas the W3C verifiable credential community deals with credentials of other types, which could be, passports or identity documents or age verification documents, which Credential Engine wouldn't deal with. Thank you very much for your attention. You're muted, Eduardo.
Thanks a lot, Phil, for this presentation. Thanks for addressing, of course, also this other aspect, the qualifications, education side, and for pointing to Credential Engine, which is an incredible, let's say, platform world in a way. And I'd like to even recommend all participants to please visit Credential Engine. It is extremely pedagogic. Also, there are so many different resources. So please take a look. Also, may I say that this presentation has already an URL, can be connected, can be linked. So it's already available on the event website, and thank you. It's now in English only, but it will also be available in French and Ukrainian. So yeah, it is being translated. I'd like to ask, if you don't mind, Phil, if you could say something about, I don't know, relations, links with one thing, ONET, if there are some relations that you can mention here. And another thing is on the use of the semantic web and linked data also for qualifications databases. If we consider that Credential Engine in a way is like a qualification database, almost, of course, wider and richer and with different functionalities, but if you could elaborate a little bit on this. As you know, this is a topic of great interest, qualifications databases and accessibility to information on the learning outcomes of qualifications or programs. Thank you.
So relationship between Credential Engine or CTDL and ONET. We use things like ONET as fixed points for referencing whenever we want to reference something like an occupation, whenever we want to say that this credential, this qualification is something that you should earn if you want to go into a particular occupation. We have different options for how to do this depending on the use case that's important. The simplest option is to just have a direct link to the identifier from ONET of the occupation that's relevant. sometimes it's useful to actually have the description of the occupation within the credential engine so that you can provide more information that you have from sources other than ONET. So you might want to say that here's a particular occupation. In ONET, it has this code. In ESCO, it has, you know, it has this other identifier. Here are competencies that are required in order to fulfill a role in this competency, in this occupation. And you can, you know, imagine the links going out and out and out from that. So you might want to say, okay, this competency comes from a framework that is developed by an organization that is a regulatory authority for a particular occupation in a particular country. So, you know, if you're dealing with something like gas fitting, there are certain competencies that somebody needs to have before they can go into somebody's home and start changing the gas piping. But those vary from country to country. So, you know, you can have an occupation of gas fitter represented in credential engine, and you can say, okay, you know, the competencies needed as defined by the regulatory authority for gas fitters in state of Nevada are these. And we use ONET and hopefully in the future as well ESCO, because of the great work that's been done recently to map between ONET and ESCO. As I say, as common reference points, so that we can provide an entry point, if you like, for people who use those classification schemes, and they can then see data, you know, that's written in CTDL or expressed in the credential registry, and explore from there. Qualifications databases. Yeah, I would see the credential registry as a qualifications database that's kind of grown and grown and grown to cover more and more things that are related to a qualifications database. So some states in the US, some state university systems, for example, and state college systems are using the credential registry as the data source for their qualifications catalog. You know, they store the data in the credential registry, which makes it available to everybody as linked open data. And that means that the organization themselves can have access to that data and use it to display a catalog, if you like, of the qualifications that they offer. And it's grown because, you know, once you start doing that, it's not enough. You know, people immediately say, okay, what's the program that I need to enroll in order to earn this qualification? And so you put information in about the program. And then people want to know, okay, what are the courses that are in this program? So you put in information about the courses. And then people say, oh, do I need to take all of those courses in order to earn the credential or the qualification? And the answer is often no. There'll be options that you can take, or, you know, different pathways that you can take through those different courses in order to earn the qualification. And so we end up describing pathways that can be taken through educational programs by an individual. And then, of course, if you're interested in giving somebody a job because they've got a particular qualification, you want to know what skills they've actually got. Yeah. So, you know, we include data about skills. We express the relationship between a skill and a qualification as saying a qualification requires these skills. But if we've also got information about the courses or the assessments that were taken in order to earn that qualification, then we can say, you know, this course teaches the skill, referring again to the same skill, and we can say this assessment assesses the qualification, and so that is how we provide transparency. Perhaps I didn't speak enough about transparency. You know, I said it's the credential transparency language,
Yes,
and what we mean by that is making all of this information absolutely transparent, so that anybody on seeing that you've got a gas fitters certificate, for example, can say, okay, you know, once I know what type of gas fitters certificate you've got, I can go to something like the credential registry, and if it's got the right data in, I can find out what it is that you're capable of doing, or what you're supposed to be capable of doing, because a, you know, credential and a verifiable credential are only claims, they are assertions, and there's questions of trust before you get to assuming that somebody actually has what they claim. But transparency of being able to go back to the source of the credential and find out what it is that you should have learned is one important part of building that trust.
Thank you so much for pinpointing all these notions. And you said transparency, and I wanted to add trust, but you have immediately anticipated. So these two T's are really so fundamental: transparency and trust. And I think all this work, in creating relations and accessibility to data, to information, interoperability is about transparency, trust, and also empowering in a way the people in general to guide, to manage their careers, their lives. And so Laura Visan is with us, and you might remember that Laura has done a presentation yesterday on ESCO. She is a very experienced expert in the ESCO support team, and she has a question to you. Or comments, also comments, of course.
Thank you. And thank you, Phil, for your presentation. It's really encouraging to see that you're looking at ESCO. And yes, as we said, we have created this crosswalk with ONET because we have seen a lot of requests from stakeholders to be able to connect to the American standard because indeed they have operations in Europe, but not only. So this was a crucial element to make sure that is also the data is validated and is officially done by the two parties. So that's really, really nice that you intend to use it. But I was wondering if you also see this need from your side, if you see many people from Europe trying to connect with ESCO, so starting from ONET, looking at ESCO, do you see the same connection, the same need to look at the same language in the end to be able to increase our interoperability in the labor markets between the two continents, let's say? Thank you.
Absolutely, 100%. We'd love to have, well, we can already represent links to ESCO when we're building descriptions. We'd love to go further. We'd love to, for example, be able to translate the different formats that, you know, ESCO is provided in a different format to the ones that are used by verifiable credentials or different formats. And, you know, we think it's really important to be able to translate between the format that's used for creating ESCO and formats that are used by other skills frameworks, you know, whichever they are, whether they are the you know, the big national ones, or whether they are domain specific ones that exist in a particular sector. Yeah, we are very keen to work with ESCO. We would like as close links as possible, because we recognize that a lot of what we're doing is complementary, in the sense that we are dealing with, or come to deal with, the same types of things, describing the same types of things, but in different geographic locations. And we don't think that geographic location should be a barrier to anybody's ambitions. You know, I think that's a given in this particular meeting, isn't it?
Yes.
And so it's crucially important for us that, we are able to understand descriptions that are written using ESCO. It's crucially important that we're able to translate those into something that somebody with a credential from a US state who wants to apply for a job in the EU or in any other country that uses ESCO should be able to translate their skills from one to another. And we're very much wanting to work together with ESCO and any other organizations that can help make that happen.
Thank
to
you
summarize,
so much.
I'll be in touch after the call.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Phil. Let me ask participants. We have here many participants from different sub-Saharan African countries. We have Egypt, we have Cameroon, and Kenya, Sierra Leone. If you have any question to Phil or any comment, please use this opportunity. Of course, you can also write your questions in the chat box, and we will simply forward Phil any questions or comments you might have. So thanks a lot. Let me just then finalize this meeting with a very, very brief just information about our next webinar. So colleagues, as you know, we have now done 4 out of the 6 planned webinars. So in each one of the modules, the technical module, already 2 done, so 1 left. And from the second module on dissemination and new angles of analysis, also 2 out of 3 have been completed. And so our next webinar from the first module is on the 29th of November. And these are the topics. So we will have a presentation on the famous question that has been asked and in many ways addressed since the beginning of this program. It is the combination of data from different sources. So colleagues from Egypt, I know you are so interested in this topic. I hope you will be able to join. Then we will also have a very interesting technical presentation on the use of raw data from the online job vacancy databases, procedures, technical aspects to create new dashboards. Many of the countries are interested exactly to access also the raw data from these databases. And so we are preparing the necessary information and tools to help you with this in this direction. But what will also be very interesting on the 29th is the last session in which we will have then, let's say, your presentations with your results of your homework. You might remember, I will send another email just to remind us all about the homework. You might remember that on the first webinar, Mauro had presented the main questions, so proposals of questions, and you could select 1 or 2 and then prepare a small presentation, 2-3 slides, based, of course, on the dashboards. That's the most important purpose, that you use the dashboards, you use that data, and you can select the questions you consider interesting for your own work or your areas of interest, and prepare then to do a 10 minutes or 7 minutes presentation. Please send me please express your interest. Send me a brief email. Just tell us what would be the question of your interest, and then send us all also the slides when you have them before, of course, the 29th. I think this will be a very interesting way to complete this this first module, the technical training. So we meet again on the 29th, colleagues. I think it has been a very, very enriching journey. We have learned in different areas, different approaches on the importance of data, the richness, let's say, of data, the many uses of web data, and different tools, taxonomies, classifications, approaches, data delivery platforms and solutions. And today we also learned something a bit different, new on the semantic web, linked data, and the credential engine. So thank you very much, all colleagues. And if you don't mind, let us open the cameras for a picture of all of you together. Thank you so much. Let us do then our traditional screenshot with orange, Laura, orange, Eduarda. Thank you. I also would like to say that in the last webinar that will take place on the 6th of December, we will have then two very interesting topics, so two new papers, one about web data, online job vacancies, for example, and conventional statistical data. So that's one also of your important questions all the time. And the second new paper that will be shared is about supply side analysis using web data. So please do not miss that last webinar on the 6th of December. And if one of you or several of you want to share a brief information about your own systems or initiatives or analytical tools, maybe new innovative ways of producing data and analyzing it, you will have space. We have space in the very last webinar for any spontaneous presentations you might like to share with us. And I'm talking then directly to colleagues from Ukraine, from Cameroon, Sierra Leone, Kenya, from Armenia. Please do not hesitate to send me also an email. And if you want to have a 15-minute space, do it. And we always appreciate this kind of spontaneous activities. Please. So that will be for the 6th of December. So thank you so much, everybody, for this, I think, very, 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 very nice, rich, and quite unique, let's say, webinar today with very interesting topics. And let me say again, thank you to all the speakers, and especially, of course, to Phil. Thank you, Phil. Hope to see you again soon on qualifications databases in practical terms. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Eduarda.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Eduarda.
Thank you, Mauro. Simone,
Thank you also.
everybody,
Thank you also to
Anna.
Erika.
The Cameroon.